Christine is here. I'm ready.
My cushion goes.
Yes.
My cushion goes.
Our commissioner is here.
Yeah, I tried reading it. I bought that from home, baby. I went to Sam's this weekend and got me some stuff. I love y'all. I did. I got y'all some snacks out there.
I saw it, but I left it since you wanted to put them out there when I came in.
And I didn't realize that they went out.
And I started to do
You
it
should
for you, but I don't
texted
want to
me.
overstep.
All you have to do is text me.
Okay.
That's all
I'm
you
at the
had.
bathroom in the touch. I ain't
It's
really
quite all right. I didn't even remember. Let me tell you something.
Oh, I
Today,
can't even.
a lot has been going on. Yeah.
Ain't it?
So I didn't even, it didn't even run across my mind.
Yes, ma'am. Girl.
But I've got y'all together now. Chris, I got it together. We got a whole basket
All right.
of both of
They're over there starving.
salt and sweet. Well, that's what we were trying to determine. They said that they called her car. But I couldn't hear the meeting. So I don't know what's happened. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. All right. That sounds like a plan. All right. You can, but I just don't. Okay, that's fine. But I don't know. So going online.
I thought it was one of their phishing training emails, and it was legitimately a real phishing email.
Are we gonna write
Oh,
together today?
One from Cloud Enrollment.
This together today, right, my friend? Yeah, we are. Okay. As long as we're on the same page, Rod, I'm good.
Yes, she just went back there.
Okay, so she's here. We don't need it. Next thing I got.
Was Toshiba back there?
I believe I am.
I mean, I just saw her go back.
Okay.
Matt came.
But if we need to go, yeah.
I mean, it is 5:01, so I do want to.
Yeah, do you see Christine anywhere?
Christina?
Christina's right there.
Oh, I got you. Sorry, her back was to me.
I appreciate you, Josh. I think I'm good. Thank you.
I'm going to wait like a second and then get going. There's no public comment. Okay. All right. Good evening. There we are. All right. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. All right. So we will get started with this special called meeting. But before we get started, we have a quorum. I know Ms. Rice is there a little. Thank you. I was making sure there was enough volume on this mic. Thank you. We have a quorum. I know Ms. Rice is going to be joining us momentarily. So let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll approve the agenda items.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So before we get going, I will need to entertain a motion to amend and to approve tonight's agenda, to add a closed session item to consult with the attorney employed by the Wake County Board of Education in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in General Statute 143-318.1183. Vice Chair?
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by Mr. Hegarty. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor of the motion to approve and amend the agenda, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same signs. The ayes have it. So I want to begin and be clear about why we're here tonight. This meeting is about getting answers that must be provided by the administration. The Board of Education has not made any cuts. This is not the decision of the Board of Education. This is not the job of the Board of Education to answer for decisions that we're not responsible for. Our role is simply oversight. And tonight, we are exercising that responsibility on behalf of our students, our families, and staff. Over the past several days, this board has received hundreds, if not thousands, of emails from concerned educators, community members. Much of that concern stems from a poorly communicated message that has created fear and confusion across the district. Our community deserves clarity, our community deserves transparency, and our community deserves honesty. And that is what we are intended to receive tonight. The board governs based on facts, but we can only govern based on the facts that are presented to us. And right now, we need to understand what is facts and what is fiction. And I'll also be clear about my position that I'm not in favor of balancing budgets on backs of our most vulnerable students. Our students receiving special education services depend on us to protect and to prioritize their needs. Likewise, we should not be balancing those budgets on cuts to academics. One of our core responsibilities and our most fundamental responsibility is to ensure that teaching and learning can and will take place in every classroom. So tonight is about accountability, and it's understanding how we arrived at this potential $18 million reduction within the special education department, what the real impacts are, and what the plan is to address it without harming students or undermining instruction. And let me be equally clear to all of my colleagues and to the public that I will not adjourn this meeting until all of our answers all of our questions have been answered. Our community is watching. Our families are depending on us. Our students deserve nothing less than the full commitment to getting this thing right. So before I turn it over to Dr. Taylor, I know the board has just received the slides and assembly, but I will do something a little different, and we will go slide by slide to pause for questions, because I'm sure if you're like me, your questions cannot wait to the end. So we will go that route, and so Dr. Taylor, I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will ask that staff please come to the front, because we'll be going through this presentation together. And if they will pull up the slide, I will do some introductory remarks, and then we will get into the presentation. And so I do want to share our desired outcomes tonight. It is to, one, gain a historical perspective of the spending from 2021 up until now. There's information that we do want to be able to share. We certainly want to have everyone gain an understanding of the steps that Special Education Services has taken to maintain a balanced budget for the 26-27 school year. And I think that is very important in terms of what we want to be able to share tonight. Certainly share the potential for staff as a result of the updated allotment structure that we've proposed, and gain an understanding of the allotment adjustments, and then share updates to programming for CCK and Essentials. And while that is not a part of this budget decision, we do want to take an opportunity to be able to share some of that information, because we know that those are questions that have been posed as well. And so with that, we can advance that to the next slide. For the superintendent overview, I don't know who has control of that one more. And so I first want to share that I appreciate our constituents listening to the information that I and staff will share today regarding the special education program and the efforts to ensure the program remains physically sound and sustainable. Now, there's a considerable amount of conversation regarding this program, and my goal is to provide clarity and transparency to correct where we have not communicated clearly.
Excuse me, Dr. Taylor. The slides seem to be a disconnect, so I know we're looking at the...
Okay, go to the next one, yeah. Right there. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so again, there's been a considerable amount of conversation regarding where we have not communicated clearly in the status of the program and our intentions. So as we share the information with you tonight, we will answer the questions that have been posed by the board and questions from many constituents that have reached out to the board members, to the administration, and to my office. And I do want to thank the board chair for calling this special call meeting, because I think it is very important, as he has said, that we continue to establish transparency in this entire process and do give our public an opportunity to hear the conversation and hear the questions that the board members will ask tonight. And so with that, I want to first talk about teacher positions. The first issue I wanted to address, and I want to be absolutely clear on this, that the Wake County Public School System is not firing 130 teachers to avoid a budget shortfall. I want to be clear on that. Staff will share a little more about that in greater detail, what that change for the next school year represents. And as we examine the IDEA, our federal budget, we determined what changes would be needed as a part of the program budget to keep operating within the available funds as we have operated this year for this upcoming year. By examining program and personnel needs, we determined that a change in various program areas, and we're going to talk about some strategic reductions to be shared by the staff, as well as a change in teacher caseloads, how that would address what we wanted to do in terms of budget alignment. So each year we have attrition, and I want to share this about all of our teaching positions, but each year we have attrition that causes us to have vacancies at the beginning of every school year. These have been the trends for the past several years, particularly with SPED, and for that reason, we believe that that trend will continue even with a proposed reduction of 130 positions. So the district does not expect to be able to keep so the district does expect to be able to keep all special education teachers who have renewal contracts. Our total SPED teaching staff is 1,453 that are actually on staff. That does not include vacancies. I also want to address what some believe is a notification sent out by HR that SPED teachers are being contacted that their position is being cut. Each year, any employee who is on a term or what some characterize or know as an expiring contract receives a letter from HR denoting that their contract ends and they should talk with their principal about future position availability. This is done every single year, and all teachers with this contract receive it, whether you're a social studies teacher, a science teacher, an enhancement teacher, or a SPED teacher, any teacher with a term contract. I also want to address the timing factor. One of the questions also asked was about the timing of sharing this information and how it aligns with the overall budget development. As we considered how to adjust the program support, we deemed it necessary to share this information once the adjustments had been identified. We started with sharing in the board leadership meeting that adjustments would need to be made. We then shared with other board members, principals, and teachers. Now, we also reasoned that we had a duty to inform teachers once the information had been shared at those various levels. Both principals and teachers, they have been given the opportunity to submit questions, any that they may have, and we are, as each day goes by, addressing those questions. Additionally, planning allotments are released at various times so that principals can begin the planning process for positions. We also recognize that changes in staffing occur constantly from the time the allotments are released up until the start of school, and we wanted to ensure schools had as much information as early as possible to aid in the planning process. And so that is something that's constant all the time. In terms of the budget status, the administration needed to do a better job in communicating the physical status of the IDEA grant so that stakeholders did not have the impression that we were $18 million in the hole. The IDEA grant, as with most federal grants, has a portion of the funding that is carried over from one year to the next. This funding has been roughly $5 million each year. But since 2021, the IDEA grant saw increases in the grant that led to carryover of amounts at some points up to $30 million. And that would have varied over time depending on the amount of carryover that was being used. As we will share later, various funding decisions were made to use the allocation in support of the program. As this carryover was expended and the amount reduced, we at the end of this year will have about a $3 to $5 million carryover that's remaining. So the program is not in a negative position. It will end with a positive balance. However, we have created some confusion in not clearly stating that, and that is what we want to make sure we do moving forward. And ultimately, if we do the exact same thing programmatically this year, then the IDEA grant would run out of money, thus leaving us in a deficit before the 26-27 school year would conclude. Staff will shortly share information regarding the carryover funding and the months of restrictions to spend the funding, so we will share that. I do want to talk about the CCR caseload adjustments, and this is where much of the adjustments to the budget that we've talked about. In an effort to align spending with the grant, staff will share the various program changes implemented this year as well as what we recommend for the next year. One of those changes is an adjustment to the CCR caseload in order to reduce the number of positions needed in the program. Staff will share the details of these adjustments in a moment, which we will see are still well below the recommendations of the state and well below most districts in the state. Now, these changes will increase the caseload of CCR teachers, and they will need additional support, so we want to be clear on that as well. In terms of service to students, I now want to discuss how there will not be a change in our requirement to implement students' IEPs. This is a question that parents are asking, and they are asking the teachers, the principal, district administration, board members, and the superintendent. And so again, I will say there will be no change in the student's IEP. One of the major responsibilities we have in providing SPED services is that we cannot choose to not provide those services because of a lack of funding. The legal team will, if asked, they will reaffirm that tonight, that that is something that we have to do, and funding does not determine what that is. This has always been the case and will remain the case. So to discuss services, I'll start with regional program, which many will call self-contained programs. There will be no changes in staffing for these programs. There will be no changes to services in these programs. Personnel changes and shifts will be made as we do every year based on student movement to different schools or increases and decreases in the number of students served in those programs. Related services will not change. If you are currently receiving OT or speech or any kind of related service, that will also continue. Again, the only shift is in the number of CCR teachers that may be serving students. Each school will determine how they approach the changes in those allotments. And as an example, and I want to use this as one example, and there are going to be multiple examples that a school may decide to use. I may be an elementary CCR teacher with a caseload of 20 students that I serve in 5 groups of 4. With an increase of 5, I may decide to add a 5th group. I may add 1 student to each group. I may add 3 students to one group, or 2 to the other groups, and leave the 4th group the same size. That is a choice that they get to make. This could depend on student need, grade level, If there's some other kind of service that they're providing in terms of pushing into a classroom, or a whole host of decisions based ultimately on the student needs. But what we cannot do and have never done is to not provide services because we don't have the resources. We just cannot do that. I also recognize that CCR teachers have responsibilities beyond serving students, such as IEP development and meetings. An increase in the caseload will add additional work, and additional support, as I've stated before, will be needed. Also, I want to emphasize that each school is different, and principals may use different flexibility choices to assign teaching staff within their school. Schools already make decisions to add more students to one area to provide additional support to another area. So a principal may decide to have 11 social studies teachers instead of 12 and use that position to hire an additional SPED teacher, a math teacher, or a remediation teacher. This flexibility is going to look different in each school, and some may state that we have vacancies in a host of areas and we're not providing services. This is where students are offered compensatory services to make up for any absence of staff to provide a service, but we would never decide not to provide a service. And so, again, any area where there is a teacher vacancy, then we do have to provide compensatory services. I'm going to talk some about the local and state investment, and I also want to share the other funding sources and supports for the SPED program. But the IDEA grant, covered under 6 different PRCs, accounts for approximately $57 million this year. That will include the grant and carryover. This is the federal grant to which we make adjustments to stay within the physical boundaries. But we also receive an additional $121 million from the state in 4 other different PRCs to support the SPED program. Both these funds are based on what we all know as an annual student head count. Now, one of our goals is to push for a change in the funding formula to account for higher needs students that require more to educate. So we talked about that in the board's legislative policy. A legislative agenda, if you will. And finally, we receive approximately $15 million in Medicaid funding for billable services to the program. All told, the SPED program receives roughly $192 million. Now, when we look at additional support and what can be done to support the program through local funding, there's approximately an additional $115 million spent to support the SPED program. As the superintendent's budget is being finalized, we have placed additional local support to compensate for changes needed to keep the IDEA grant within its budget for next year. But as of today, we spend approximately a little over $300 million to support the SPED program through all of those various sources. That does not include transportation. So staff in a moment will go into greater detail on the various funding sources and how they are used to support the SPED program. So I think it's important that stakeholders are asking questions about the details of the budget and that it helps better understand how the budget works and how the funding is spent. And so I do want both board members and all of our stakeholders to know that there is no issue with you asking those kinds of questions, because it helps us to help you better understand how those budgets operate. In terms of future measures, finally, many are asking the question, how do we prevent this kind of shortfall as is being characterized from happening in the future? And we will do exactly what we're doing now. That is to recommend changes so that we do not have a shortfall. Again, the program is operating in the positive, but not making adjustments for the next year would create a deficit by the end of the 2027 fiscal year. We will continuously adjust to funding changes, and we will need to provide as long a runway as possible to make those adjustments. As I've shared in my State of the Schools address, we continue to face limited resources to provide the same or expanded programs for our students. So now I want to pivot to staff to provide additional details to the items I've just covered. And so to reaffirm, we're not firing 130 teachers. Again, timing was not perfect and never will be, but it was required that we be upfront with all stakeholders about the proposed changes. The program is in the black or positive and will be so at the end of the year. Adjustments to CCR caseloads keeps us operating without a physical deficit in the future. We continue to invest heavily locally as it allows us, even with recommended changes, to support the SPED program at a greater level than most people in the state. And that future adjustments will continue to be made as we've always done every year that we have grants. After staff share the details of these items, we will also share special education program updates with CCK and Essentials, and we will then address questions by the board. I do think the chair said that they may ask questions intermittently between each slide, and so if that is the case, then we will stop and pause when that happens.
That is correct.
While I cannot control the narrative that is external to my office, I will continue to be transparent, reaffirm our support of students and teachers, share when we have communicated poorly and when we have communicated correctly, even if the news is not good, and hold us all to the highest standards and expectations when serving our most needy and vulnerable students. I also want to share that we do not have an approved budget, and my recommendations are based on what I have determined as the best course of action to maintain each program's primary function. These recommendations will always be determined by fund availability and how each program should function within its funding structure. When a program does not have the necessary funding to operate as it currently does, we then determine what strategic reductions we can make within the program or what strategic reductions we can make in other areas that can be directed towards a specific program. But any changes must always be within the confines of the funding we have available and within the rules of how funds can be used. And so at this time, I will ask staff begin to go through our presentation. We do have with us Dr. Malata Hill, the Finance Officer Trish Posey, and Terry Kimsey, Dr. A.J. Matillo, and Dr. Stacy Huffman, who is the Senior Director for Instructional Program. I do want to say that Lisa Allred, while not here tonight, her daughter is having a baby as we speak, and so we understand why she can't be here, but any future endeavor, she will be available as a part of any conversation that we have. And so with that, Mr. Chair, we will have staff begin to go through, and we will pause at each moment that you have questions.
Thank you. And before we get started, I see some folks at the door waiting for seats. I'll allow those individuals to find some seats, and then you all may get started. And just a reminder, make sure you touch the buttons on turn the mics on.
Perfect.
So folks can hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Ms. Posey, if you could bring it a little closer to you.
Is this better?
That is better.
Perfect. Good evening, Chair Swanson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Taylor. Thank you for the opportunity to provide brief context on the state budget environment and its implications for public education as we consider
Yes,
our...
ma'am.
I think you should bring it closer.
I need to be closer. Okay.
Ms. Luton, is there some way that we can get additional volume on these mics?
Thank you, Chair.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. What part didn't you hear?
Let's just start over
All of
from
it?
the top.
Okay, just start it. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to provide brief context on the state budget environment and its implications for public education as we consider our local financial planning for the upcoming 2026-2027 school year. Public schools must continue to operate without interruption, even as critical funding decisions remain unresolved at the state level. North Carolina entered the current fiscal year without an adopted comprehensive state budget. While limited budget actions allow state government to continue operating, the absence of a full budget creates uncertainty for school districts in terms of funding levels, timing, and support for mandated costs. Compounding this issue, the state authorized salary step increases for certified staff in the current fiscal year, but did not provide any additional funding. This unfunded mandate required districts to absorb those costs, placing further constraints on the total operating budget. Next slide, please. Nationally, North Carolina is ranked 50th in per-pupil education funding, with per-pupil spending approximately $5,600 below the national average. This places North Carolina school districts at a disadvantage before each budget cycle even begins. Taken together, delayed state budgets, low statewide investment, and unfunded mandates shift financial risk to local school systems and their respective counties. These conditions narrow the range of viable options for districts to maintain fiscal stability while continuing to serve students and staff effectively and in accordance with the law. This context is important as we move into tonight's discussion, and it underscores the challenges that districts face that are largely outside of local control. I will now turn the presentation over to Ms. Terry Kimsey, our Senior Director of Budget, who will provide additional information on the special education budget. Thank you.
Any questions, board members, before we move forward? All right. Ms. Kimsey, thank you.
Good afternoon. Wake County School System receives the Individuals with Disability Act federal funding through the State Department of Public Instruction each year. The funds can be used on a 27-month term, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, so there's always a rolling overlap of one grant into the next, and we spend the oldest money first, so first in, first out. Ideally, school districts carry over balances to cover at least the first quarter of spending of the new year to bridge the gap between current funding received and any new federal coming that would be issued in the fall. The federal budgets run on a different fiscal year than school systems. At the end of the 25-26 school fiscal year, we will have a positive balance in the special education federal grants, and that will carry over to 2026-27. However, the carryover will be less than it has been in the last few years, and that's why we're in this discussion. And we'll share some more detailed information on a slide in a minute. Prior to 2021, carryover in the IDEA grant averaged less than $5 million per year. It fluctuated, but not a lot. And that allowed that carryover from year to year. In 2020-21, the school system received a $14.1 million increase in federal funding that particular year. This one-time allocation, which the state issued due to, on their end, a 2019 audit resolution allotment, increased our carryover that year from $5 million to $20 million. That increased allotment came to the school district 7 days before the end of the fiscal year. So it was very late in the fiscal year, that particular year. Since that time, recurring costs with essential positions have been added to the grant, and that's been in the budget each year.
It's slides. I'm not sure if...
I'm still on the same slide.
Oh.
I'm on number 6. Slides, okay. Are we good? Okay. Since that time, recurring costs with essential positions were added to the grant each year, and that has been in each budget that has been presented and approved by the board as we've moved forward each year. Program staff will review the positions added in a subsequent slide. Our special education teacher allotment formula is lower than the state recommended ratio, which is a good thing, and program staff will review that information with you also. So now I'm going to move to the next slide, unless there's questions on this one. Okay. Okay, this chart, I want to stay on the same slide as you. Okay, this is a chart where we're showing you the history of the IDEA grants for special education. We're showing the history back to 2018-19. So as you can see on the slide at the top, it shows the allotment each year. So that would be the new money that we received each year as an allocation and the change from the year before. Then it shows carryover. So at the end of each year, it shows that is how much carried over to the next year, and then a sum of the two. So I've put a blue arrow on there that points to 2020-21, which is when we received that unique allotment from the state right at the tail end of the year. It was a little over $12 million, which you can see that was a large increase from $29.7 million as the allocation the year before, up to 43.9 million. I see a little bit of confusion. Do you see do you see that on the chart? Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble accessing the slides. I can't see.
Oh, okay.
Can you do something?
Okay. So at the end of this fiscal year, you can see how, aside from 2021, you can see how the allotments every year, before that were around 30 million, after that have been in the 30 to 35-ish $million range, fairly stable over the time. That was the one unique year. The carryovers, which prior to 2021 were like $2 to $3 to $5 million, since that time have been more in the $20 to $30 million range. And as we have added positions each year to the federal dollars, that carryover has been coming down. So from 24-25 to this year it decreased quite a bit by $12 million. And this year we're expected to use a lot of the $19 million carryover from last year. There will probably be a balance of less than $5 million at the end of this year. We won't know until we close out the last quarter, but we do expect there to be some carryover, more in the range of how it was prior to this time period.
Vice Chair?
Question on this?
Are you,
Yes, go ahead and ask me on this slide.
so you just said that you expect to use a lot of the carryover. Are you going to get to what you are using that on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I am. It will be on another slide. If I don't cover it, ask me.
Ms. Caulfield?
Thank you. Just for clarity with the chart,
Yes,
each year we are receiving our allotment.
yes,
It's increasing,
yes.
but we did get one lump sum in 2020.
2021, yes.
So now it's kind of diminishing as the years go on. So our spending, we're needing to spend more, and
So-
that's why the carryover is decreasing.
There's there's a lot of complexities in these budgets, but just on this part, to try to show the anomaly on this history, is that there was that unusual allocation from the state that one year that came literally days before the fiscal year end closed, which increased the carryover. And that has moved forward and carried over each year. There are other reasons we have carryover. One would be, and I think we've talked about this with the board many times, when we're spending funds, and when we have a program like special education that's funded with state, local, and federal dollars, we're always going to make sure, as we go into that last quarter of the year, to make sure we're using all of our state resources, because if we don't, they go back to the state of North Carolina and don't help the district. We are going to try to maximize our federal grants that end, because we would revert that also. This is a rolling grant and does carry over. So if we can save funds toward the end of the year, we want to save them in a federal grant that carries over or in our local dollars. Federal grant carrying over would stay with the program. Local dollars saved go to our fund balance, and we reinvest it in the next year's budget. So it's likely in any year in our federal grants, as we're approaching the end of the year, we're going to look at all of that and make sure we're maximizing those funds. But we can say that this carryover being at a higher level than typical originated back in 2021.
Do you have a follow-up, Ms. Caulfield?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. Dr. Reed?
Thank you. And you may have the answer later in your presentation, but I noticed the sharp drop in the carryover from on the 2025-2026
Yes.
year. I'm looking forward to hearing what your explanation is.
Yeah, I can show you that. Okay.
Ms. Rice, do you have a question?
I do have a question. I'm trying, I don't know how to ask the question because I'm trying to do a level of comparison based off what you're showing me now and what I saw previously, specifically indicating that there's going to be the 18 million deficit by the end of the 25-26 school year. So here, from what I'm seeing, it's a carryover. Is that?
I think what you saw in a different presentation, I've rounded this up to the nearest millions. So do you see in the middle of the page under carryover for 25-26, it shows a carryover of $19.0 million? That figure is really 18 million something but it rounded to 19 million.
Okay.
So I think the 18 you saw was from that. We are not going to, I think the issue could have been better stated that we have an $18 million carryover this year that will not continue at $18 million next year. It's going to be a much less dollar figure. Most likely, I looked today, and if I look at how we're looking right now, it would be less than $5 million we carry over next year. So we will not exhaust all of the $18 million carryover, but we will use a big amount of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sure, Ms. Caulfield.
Just trying to digest the chart, and I appreciate it because the numbers are very helpful.
Yeah.
But in the past, we had the carryover 2.2, and we were moving along, lack of a better way to put it.
We were moving along, yes.
And now we're at 19 million.
Yes.
It's just such a drastic difference.
And it really did start being a larger amount when where that blue arrow is pointing, when we got $14 million, I think it was actually, 14 is the increase from the year before. The bump at the end of that fiscal year was a little over $12 million. When that bump happened right before the year end closed, that entire amount had to carry over. When we're in the last week of June, we've already closed out our books for the fiscal year. So that is when the carryover started coming in higher.
So I'm just trying to understand, and if you're going to get to it, I'll wait. But I'm just trying to understand how we were, lack of a better word, moving along before, and then we got an extra amount during
1 year.
COVID, and then we were able to carry over much more before, and now we're basically panicking, right? Because we're at a situation, but we still have more than we did before the pandemic.
Yes, the
So I'm just-
carryover was larger, and I am going to show you in a minute. So
Okay.
it might be better if we go through a
Okay.
few more slides,
I'll wait.
and then if we need to back up to this one, do you want to do that?
Okay.
So I think the Vice Chair, you have a clarifying question?
So the chair and I were initially told that there was an $18 million, I don't want to use the word deficit, maybe it was a different word. And that made it sound like it was going into this next year. And now it is, we will have a reduction in carryover by 18 million by the end of next year. And now it's, well, it's not quite, we're still going to have 5 million in carryover, and we're making all these changes now because of,
So let me clarify a little bit on that.
yes.
This carryover that we have now, which is 18 million, that rounds to 19, since I went to one decimal, that is the carryover that came from last year into this fiscal year.
Right.
We are spending those resources now. How much we spend and how much we're projected to have at the end of the year varies each month, based on things that are, who's hired, things, how we're spending, what is due, and what's payable. We will not, definitely not have $19 million of carryover for next year. It's going to be a much lower amount. It could be as low as nothing. I do not think that will be the case. I think we'll have between $2 to $4 million that may carry over. And that is me looking at a bottom line, not having the program people go into a lot of detail with it, just knowing how trends are based on our projections. This is similar to when we had to work off of one-time ESSER funding. We had some one-time funding causing higher carryovers than typical in this grant, and now we're maneuvering off because during the time that we're getting these additional resources, in the budgets the last 4 years, positions have been added to this grant. So we were adding positions that are recurring to a one-time funding source, and we'll show you that in just a minute. And that's been in each of the budgets. So if you think about each year, when we are trying to balance what we're going to expect from the state, what we expect from the federal government, what we may need to ask from the county, we're balancing all of those items. And if we have resources and we're adding positions, it's better to go ahead and utilize funds we already have than to ask for more funds we don't need at the time. So in each of the budgets, that we've presented the last several years, there have been federal positions added to the budget for 4. And I can show you that in a slide or two.
And so, Mr. Vice Chair, I do want to give it, I think, as much clarity as I can over the 19 and the 18, because the numbers just happen to be the same, but they don't represent the same. And so, ultimately, I would ask that you look at the allotment number that's at the top, and then from that top number, you will spend money in the carryover that will bring you in at around a $55 million budget, and that is what's going to reduce the carryover amount, so that when we get in to the 25-26 school year, you combine those numbers, and now as we go into the 26-27 school year, once you apply that carryover to the current budget, and we get through the end of the year, then we're going to have roughly $2 to $4 million in carryover left. And so when we add that number to the grant that we anticipate for the upcoming year, that's going to be less than the $55 or $56 million. And that's where we come up with the numbers to say that while we finish in the black this year, if we don't make adjustments as we go into the 26-27 school year, we will exhaust all budget funds before the end of the year. And that's what we've characterized as the $18 million adjustment that we need to make. And so I absolutely know that's one of the things that we've confused people with when we said $18 million deficit. That is not for this year. That is, if we do nothing different for that upcoming year, it'll be different. So that's kind of the difference with the carryover I wanted to at least bring forward.
So I have a question. I see my colleagues have some as well. But my question that I want to raise, and if it's not on this slide, I can save it. But when were we notified, or when was the changes first alerted that this was going to be taking place?
So one of the things that Finance Department shared with Lisa Allred, and this was probably in the September time frame, is that based on what you have now, you would need to make a change. And so what she's done is to spend from that time then all the way up until probably the January or February time frame to say, now that I've gone through, I know there are going to be some adjustments that we have to make. And so I know that there have been communications that staff knew in September, staff knew in December, staff knew at different times, but ultimately she was informed of the funding that was there in the carryover and the grant, and so she spent the time trying to determine what that would be. And so once she had an opportunity to kind of go through and know what that was, that's when she came to administration and say, well, these are the adjustments that we have to make. And that's when we came to the leadership and kind of went from there.
So that kind of leads me to I see Mr. Hegarty and Dr. Jobe, and that kind of leads me to a couple more, but I'll save those. But given the fact that this was notified in September and then emails went out February, I have some concerns with the with the timeline there. And I guess a question, I don't know if that's to Ms. Posey or Ms. Kimsey, given the fact that you all knew that this was coming, did you all seek competitive grants, whether it's at DPI or others, to kind of bridge some of these gaps? And if not, why?
So our department does not seek grants. That is underneath the Chief of Staff's area where they had the Grants Administration Office. I believe that if there were grant opportunities, they would look to seek grant opportunities, but that's not under our area. I do know that Ms. Kinsey met with Ms. Allred and shared with her, based on what we're seeing here in projections, the financial statements, this is what we are projecting, that if you don't curb spending, look at where you can find fiscal savings, that you are not going to have the same amount of carryover for the next year. Now, there are multiple things that go into a budget, not just the personnel side, but you have contracts, you have supplies, materials, mandatory training, those types of line items. the department would have controls, and there are some items that you'll see in their portion of the presentation where they will share, these are some of the things that they did to curb spending within their department.
So okay, so thank you. I'm still concerned that if the grants, it seems maybe it's isolation that we need to, address, and perhaps that'll come through with the study to see where there's isolations. But if the grants are in another department, and this is all dealing with federal IDEA, is there someone from the finance office that oversees and looks into those to kind of monitor so folks aren't making decisions? If so, does every department have I'm not going to say a Ms. Posey in case, but is there a Ms. Posey person that is looking at these grants, monitoring this, so the chiefs or assistant superintendent is not necessarily doing the deep dive in that as well? So
So Mr. Chair, that is, I think, a very fair question, and I appreciate you asking it. And part of that responsibility is that when they manage the grant, that they have to determine at what point do we make decisions to keep the budget, that grant in balance. And so part of that is if you make decisions to add permanent positions or services that you will need for a subsequent year, then that will put you in a position to where you got to make decisions at some point. So what I would say is that I think you're right in that assessment that decisions could have been made at multiple times to say we need to be able to pivot and put these permanent positions somewhere else or make whatever kind of cut that we need to make. And ultimately, when we make a decision to add things to the grant that are permanent positions, you hit it on the head that if there's not a place to replace that funding, then it's going to leave you in that position. So, yeah.
So, thank you for that, but I don't think my question was directly answered. But I will circle back and not monopolize the time some other colleagues can. So, Doctor, I gave you a doctor. You do have a Juris Doctor, Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you, Chair Swanson. So, thank you for calling this meeting. We, on the board, have all had a number of questions since we first learned out about this. And what's particularly been troubling has been an inconsistency in the information through different channels. And I know we'll have extended remarks after the conclusion of the presentation, so I don't want to divert. I want to focus on this slide. And I don't know if Ms. Kimsey or Ms. Posey, it would be appropriate, which of you would be the person to answer this, but I want to try to make it as clear as possible. I believe I understand the surplus you're describing. Let's say we have needs of about $30 million a year. Well, I'll do the math, $36 million a year. And we don't receive those funds until maybe the second month of the fiscal year. So because of previous surpluses, we're able to cover that first month with the carryover funds. And then at the end of the year, well, we received 12 months of funding, but we funded 1 month with carryover. So if our budget stays the same, we should have about a month's worth of carryover if expenses stayed the same. Is that about how carryover works?
Yes, but we really need 2 to 3 to 4 months, because even though when a federal grant is awarded, it may be okay and allowable to use it retro to July 1, that cash is not there and accessible to us until it's there in the fall. So it's ideal to always have a carryover to bridge you until that comes, especially in times when the federal government may not be approving things in a timely manner.
And so the size of the carryover and how much, like at the end of the year, you may cut back on expenses in order to preserve a larger carryover, knowing you might need it until you receive new funds, is really a strategic decision you make to manage those funds. Mm-hmm. Okay. So what I see on this chart is I see a consistent level of spending, and then we have the large grant during the COVID years, which produced a larger, I'll call it a surplus, maybe that's not the best term, but a surplus of funds that, again, if our expenses were staying about the same, then each subsequent year, we're carrying over close to that amount and carry over each year. Is that accurate?
Yes, but things didn't stay the same.
But things didn't stay the same.
Correct.
I think you're tracking where I'm going with this. All right. And again, ideally, you wouldn't want to carry this large surplus forever. You'd want to use it to address important needs the district might have.
Correct.
All right. So we see this carryover remain about the same amount until, am I reading this right, the 25-26 year. And then we see a significant amount beyond what we've typically used up, used within that year.
Yes.
And this is that 18 to 19 million, or is
Yeah.
this the 12.9 that we see? Is this the?
I'm going to, yeah, and I'll show why.
Okay, well, so looking ahead to the next slide, being a little, a little bit of prophecy here, we see the historical perspective, and we see where we've had additional expenses. We see additional money we've needed for blind and deaf services, additional money for occupational therapists, right? And then we see 25-26, we see a lot of new demands, which would explain why we spent more of that surplus in that year. But when I add up those numbers, the numbers you have here, if I did my math right, come up to about $6 million. And that's significantly less than the amount of surplus that does seem to, the amount of carryover that does seem to have been used. So I looked beyond this slide. I didn't really see where the difference was. Is that something you can address for us?
Yes, you're doing a good job with the slides.
All right.
So, yes, if we could just stay on this slide for a minute. So we were, and in your budgets.
Could you use your mic, please, Ms. Kimsey?
Oh, sorry. So each year, these positions were being added to the federal grant as the program staff are managing this and see there are resources available. And during this whole time, we're growing, we're adding new schools, additional costs are needed to serve students, so there were positions added each year. And you can see in 25-26, there were more than the other years added. So that's staffing, and all these cumulative are about 11.8 million. They didn't all happen at one time, but cumulative. If we can go one more slide further on this. In addition, during this time period, the amount of speech and pathology services provided to students to address direct service needs for students with their individual education plans increased over $7 million across special education. So that's not, that could be staffing and it can be contract support. We have both. We also, each of these years, whenever there are raises or there is a step increase approved by the legislature that's required, and every year, the retirement matching rate and the hospitalization insurance increases for all of our staff exponentially. When there are staff on grants, the grants have to absorb that cost. So that's also in the churn of all of this. So these are the larger things that were causing the cost to continue to.
Where we are now, I see this other slide, services increased over 7 million. I had read that to mean 7 million over this period. Was this a $7 million increase in one fiscal year?
A little over 2 fiscal years, yeah.
So
The most recent 2, yeah.
to go back to Chair Swanson's question about oversight
Yeah.
and accountability, there's an urgency here in terms of what looks like a looming fiscal cliff. We've talked about COVID dollars and ESSER funds. And for years, staff would come to us and make sure that everyone understood these ESSER funds were going away. Don't use ESSER dollars for recurring expenses because they're not going to be there.
Right.
And again, in tough budget situations, boards don't always do what they should, and in some cases, hiring important emotional and social learning positions, counselors, school psychologists. We used ESSER funds for those that we then had to go back to the local government to help keep those temporary positions and transfer them into full-time positions. Here, it looks like we have a grant that, while the grant may be recurring, the surplus is not recurring. We're using up that surplus at a rate that you've tracked here and looks predictable. And so, was there some fiscal cliff that either the staff or the leadership or the chief's level or the department, someone should have been informed about?
When you look at the dollars and the change in spending, and you notice the positions added each year, when we add positions, that doesn't mean all these people are hired right at that moment. That takes time to do. So finance staff are involved with the program areas. We have meetings. We're all a team. We're all working together closely, and we're all monitoring it. And we do this across the budget. It's a $2 billion operating budget. There are lots of different programs, lots of different carryovers, lots of things in fluctuation. So we are working closely on it, and we're staying informed with each other, and we're looking at plans. We did notice this year that big drop, and that's when it came to the attention, okay, this isn't going to be able to sustain. And we've been having conversations, and plans have been underway, and we're bringing forth a recommendation.
Okay, and my last question, Mr. Chair, and again, as to the best of your memory, when was this communicated up to senior leadership?
During this fiscal year, in late summer, early fall.
Okay.
Every year, remember when we start a fiscal year, we're always in an interim budget. We don't have a state budget.
Right.
We don't know how much is coming from the state. We don't have a federal budget, and federal was very iffy. There's been a lot of up and down. We didn't know if we were going to be stable or not, and thank goodness we are. What we do know is the county number at that point. So it takes a few months into the fiscal year for us to even know all these things, to be able to work with our chiefs on, okay, this is where we thought we would be, here's where we are. So we have a financial review meeting every late summer, early fall with each chief and their senior staff, and we do a high-level overview of everything in their area so that we make sure we're all looking at it together to see where we are. So that occurred. We also had budget manager training throughout the year whenever we have new staff coming in, and that means that we're also looking at the financial stuff whenever we're training new people and looking at, and we're always looking at the financials. So we're keeping a look at that. But this, I know for certain, we were talking about it specifically last fall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Kimsey. I appreciate that. Chair Swanson, I'll have other questions later in the presentation.
I still think you kind of hit at the question that I raised earlier that I still did not get a decent answer, and I don't think yours was fully answered. So, Chief Hill, do you have a budget person from that oversees with this process with you?
And that would be Ms. Kimsey and Ms. Clinton.
I would like to also say that every school has budget managers, every department has budget managers, and we all are working closely with them. On my staff, I do have people that work closely with the federal grants, but it's enabling the program managers to be able to put their data into the system and transmit it to the Department of Public Instruction. The writing of the grants and making sure the program piece is there is the program side. We do support with projections or how to put that in the financial system. So it is cross-departmental. We're all working together. Yeah.
Just seems like it's a lot for one person to manage, given the fact that this is a $2 billion operating budget, that there should be...
We have fiscal administrators that are under Ms. Posey. I have staff that work with program managers. It's not just the two of us.
Gotcha. Dr. Jobe?
Thank you. And thank you for the explanation.
Yeah.
My question, I guess, is going back to what you said about using the one-time funds for what end up being recurring costs.
Yes.
How many other departments are going to have this same issue or are having this same issue? Or is it just a special education issue?
It's something we monitor all the time across many programs. These are not our only grants that have rolling terms.
Right.
We also receive Medicaid reimbursements that come on a sporadic basis that's getting smoother, but it's not dependable on a certain timeline. So there are a lot of variabilities that we have to monitor. Some things we know will come, once there's a state allotment and it's on a formula, typically, in a typical year, we could depend on that. When there's not a state budget, we can't depend on that. So we work in an area of uncertainty with some certainty within it. But yeah, there are other programs that cross fiscal years and they have variability.
Well, I'm just saying that, but are there other programs that have been doing kind of the same thing, where they've been using what was a one-time fund, and now we're going to have to come up with something to bolster them as well? Because as we're looking at this and trying to find ways to fill, this and not have the cutbacks, what other departments are going to come to us and say, actually, we have the same problem?
Right. And we like to see a smoother trend in carryovers and things. So I would say that some that we are concerned about from time to time are Medicaid, because that is something we may not get our reimbursements except once a year, or maybe pretty much once a year, for a large dollar amount that we're depending on to pay for recurring things. So that's one we keep our eye on. And many times when you get the budget, remember we have pages in there that say potential risk. These are all potential risks. The federal, the state, depending on reimbursements that may or may not come. And we're saying we're giving you the best budget we can. These are things that could change, and if they do, it will impact cost.
But, I'm sorry, I don't think my question's getting answered. What other
might not be.
departments are using, or have used large amounts of one-time funds to hire staff or things like that?
I mean, most of the programs that cross fiscal years, and it's because it's our core business, are going to be in the instructional support areas, because that's where the most of our budget is, because we are supporting students. So, in the operating budget, a lot of the operating costs for things like maintenance and operations or finance or human resources, our budgets are on 1 year at a time, because it's local funding, it doesn't carry over, it's recurring unless we make changes in the base budget to reduce it or increase it. So it's more where our grants are, and you see those coming in your board materials all of the time. Most of that's going to be instructional based.
And Dr. Job, I'll add to that, that is a process for what would be every single budget. You're going to have all federal programs that will have some level of carryover that they will have to determine from 1 year to the next. But it's also the same thing with any one-time budget, that if we're able to save local funding, that's sort of like a carryover that allows us to increase the fund balance that could be appropriated to keep a program functioning. And so that's something that occurs consistently with every single budget, that whatever we have as a funding source this year, then that funding source has to be replaced by something that subsequent year. And part of that is going to be based on carryover, part of that will be based on fund balance allocation, and part of it will be based on new funding that you may get. And so at any point, program increases balanced with whatever the new revenue is for that year will determine what you can add and what you may have to reduce.
Does that satisfy your question, Dr. Joe?
Okay.
Okay. I think, Ms. Kimsey, I had saw Dr. Ng, I saw Ms. Rice, Dr. Ng, and Ms. Rice. So, Ms. Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsey. I'm going to ask this question. I heard a lot of what you all said, that you guys work together very closely. You review budgets early summer, fall for review. You have budget manager training, and we monitor all the time. That's what I've heard so far. So I'm going to ask this question to see if I have better clarity and understanding, I think, while we're all here, and this is just for me, okay? November projections conservatively place SES with a 18 million deficit by the end of the 25-26 school year. That's what I was shared. So my question that I have to ask is, on the slide, I know we've moved on from that, but we were still supposed to be, we were on that slide, but you moved further. Is this deficit being taken place because maybe the person in the that was providing this information wasn't aware of the carryover, and maybe we were spending our funds that we've already had, but weren't aware of the carryover? I'm trying to understand that part, that the 18, well, you have just here, yeah, the 19, but rounded up to the 19 million of what we can use, although I heard you all stay in communication, you have budget management trainings, you do all of that. Is that where that came, is that where that's possibly have come from? That they weren't aware that there's a $19 million carryover, and would say that projections conservatively share that in the fall, to make sure I'm saying it right, November projections. So that was, I guess, toward the end of the year, conservatively placed SES with an $18 million deficit. Can you?
I can't speak to that statement because
Okay.
we're not going to have a deficit this year. I want to be really clear about that. We are not ending this year in a deficit. We have enough funds to pay at our current funding formulas. That is not the case. Looking into next year, our carryover will not be sufficient to carry the number of positions currently on the grant.
Right, so I hear
Yes.
you right now. I hear what you're saying. It
Yes.
makes sense to me, what you're saying. I am completely following about the carryover.
Okay.
But to Dr. Haggerty's point, Mr. Swanson's point, I'm trying to understand, and most importantly, Superintendent, who do we listen to? Who do we hear? You can't tell us one thing in this presentation. Ms. Posey tells us a completely opposite thing in a presentation. Who are we supposed to believe, and how are we supposed to operate from fact? Or was it a human error? Was it a mistake? I can accept that more than constantly having this opposing information, not just only from Spec Ed, but in all transparency, multiple departments, multiple situations that we come back to, and we try to be polite in public. Because Mama said don't act out in public. But at this point, someone needs to tell Toshiba Rice, District 4, whose budget analysis do I believe to make real change and to press you as a superintendent to present me a proposed budget that makes sense and that is factual. Because what I've received so far and what I'm being told today is completely unaligned. I am not crazy. I am not ignorant. I can read. And it makes me very dangerous.
So I'm going to need you all to please reserve from outbursts such as that. The same rules that apply at our normal board meetings apply here as this.
Thank you, Chair Swanson. And so, in all honesty, I feel my time is important to me, and that's something I can never get back. And while I want to hear what's most important, I don't want to hear what I'm hearing on one side, hearing what I'm hearing here, staff going through slide-by-slide presentation, and everything that I'm being told right now, not to disrespect our staff that's speaking before us now, it is completely opposite. And I'm frustrated by sitting here listening to something that's brand new, and I don't know what's true, and I don't know what's factual, and I don't know even to believe you were saying, no, this is where we are, this is what it is, because if that's the case, I need to understand, why are we paying a person, the money that we pay a person in this budget to lead this department, and you can't give me factual information about your department and how you run it? Then that makes me reflect on the only person that I can hire and fire. To say, do I need to make a motion that we consider what we need to do about our superintendent? Because this is unacceptable for me. I don't know about my other colleagues, but I speak for me in representation of District 4. This is unacceptable. You know why? Because the majority of children in this SPEC project right here affects black children in my district, in which there's the majority of. And so at the end of the day, someone needs to tell the truth
And don't flip it next week, at the end of the budget season, or next month. I need facts and I need the truth. And I don't need cover-ups, and I don't need slide talk and charisma. I need people to be honest. And if somebody made a human error about indicating it was 18 million, they didn't mean to say that, then fine, we can accept that. We're human, we make mistakes. I'm the first one that's going to teach grace and wellness. But what I'm not going to keep doing sitting at this board table for the past 2 years is let staff tell me one thing in front of my face, go do another thing, and then come and present another thing to me as a board member. Quite frankly, I'm tired of it. I think it's disrespectful, and completely, all of this completely falls on you as the superintendent. Every bit of it. Thank you, Chair.
So, Ms. Rice, I know that, and I don't want to speak to the information that you say you got from Ms. Posey or Ms. Kimsey or any other staff in terms of what those numbers meant. What I've expressed before and I'll express again is that when the number 18 million was used, I know that was communicated incorrectly. What you will see are numbers with an allotment and the carryover in what was used out of that to fund that particular program for that year. And so I want to be clear on this again, that the program is not $18 million in the hole. But I do want to be clear with everybody of what the number 18 means. And that says that, again, if we do everything we're doing now, at the end of the next school year, there's $18 million that would need to be to cover all of those expenses that we're doing now. When we talk about the responsibility of who has to identify this, that's going to be at the department level all the way up to the superintendent. And so when these budgets are developed, it is a responsibility of staff to determine whether or not we've over-allotted or under-allotted and how we're going to make those adjustments. And so that is ultimately where we are now, that if we made allotments and then determined we don't have enough funding to continue that for the next year, then that is where we end up having to say we've got to make adjustments. And so I have no disagreement. If you say that responsibility falls on the superintendent, you're absolutely right. And I am the only person that the board can hold accountable. But I do recognize that as staff come in and make adjustments, make recommendations, that they are part of a larger budget. And I do want to remind the board that we are talking about a $2.2 billion budget, and that is interconnected at various levels. But what I can tell you is that these are the recommendations that I've brought forward to say that this is how we make sure that the program is not in a negative balance, and then talk about how that impacts student services that they receive out of the program. And so it is about how staff look at what recommendations are made, what we continue to fund from one year to the next, and if we're going to be able to sustain that. So, but that is where you will see subtle differences in what Ms. Posey may talk about in terms of the fund, the carryover, or Ms. Kimsey may talk about allotments that have been used. That's going to vary, but ultimately, at the end of the day, what I want everybody to hear and understand is that the program, if moving forward, has to have an adjustment. Part of that adjustment that will be a part of the superintendent's budget is where $7 million of that was put on the local side, which now leaves about a $10 million gap that is there. And so I'll pause there, but I get your point.
I want to say one thing on what you were describing. I will say the budget is a very fluid process. Things are happening all the time. So if we discussed last fall and saw that we wouldn't be able to sustain this, and you'll see on a future slide, special education did start making some adjustments to their spending. So whereas in November, it may have looked like a certain figure, as the months go on and changes are being made and spending is being adjusted or we're utilizing different funding sources, a couple of months later, the number's going to be different. So I do want to make that point, that one number on a certain day is going to change by a month or two later because people are working with the information. We are spending across the district. So just because a number is published one time, I just don't want you to misunderstand that that is a finite number, because things do change. As numbers get better as time goes forward. It's not unusual for there to be a look at something and say, okay, it's looking like this on this day, and then a few months later, and now we're several months later, that to be different. Things are changing all the time. So I just want to be honest about that it's going to keep changing.
And I would just like to add, so Ms. Kimsey and we met last week when this special called meeting was pulled together, and so we pulled financial information from the system. I do not know what presentations you've heard prior to this, but this is the first time that we've pulled financial information and presented information on this matter. One of the things as Ms. Kimsey shared, that the budget is fluid. What's on our financial reports, we see payroll projections, we see encumbrances for goods that have been ordered. Those things don't level out until we get to the end of the fiscal year and we close a budget. At that point in time, Ms. Kimsey, their group, loads all of the budgets, whether we're interim, whether it's an actual budget, likely an interim. So that is occurring at the same time true balances of what really carries over gets recorded. So we don't have an actual picture of the budget until all of those steps are taken. Planning budgets are reversed, actual budgets and real dollars are recorded. Then with grants, you have that period of influx where the state doesn't even allocate us that dollars until the state budgets are released. So it's not until the fall that we get a true look at where the financial position is. How did we end? What does the budget look like? So to see that there was a spending and a decrease from 30 million to 19 million in this year, we couldn't have known any earlier until the fall, because all of those things have to reconcile out. And that's when Ms. Kimsey started to have discussions with Ms. Allred, because she looked at it and said, whoa, hold up. We're still on a trajectory to spend out this carryover. When you are alerted to that, I don't know what that timing looks like. So we're here today to share what we know as the facts in the financial system. And so we do have some additional information to share with you. But knowing it any sooner, all of those steps have to take place. In addition to that, Ms. Kimsey, when state dollars do come in higher, we look at where we can move new positions that maybe the grant had to afford because we didn't know the state money was coming in, and we move those to the state. So there's always that back and forth and maximizing the use of state dollars and preserving our federal funds. So this just happens, we knew when we knew in the fall, and there's no sooner that we could have known this without the interim budget staff sharing information with us. Hey, we accelerated spending this year because those accelerated costs were for students who required individual education plans. That was in their plans. They were required by law. We could not forego providing those services.
Chair Swanson, my follow-up.
Sure.
Would you have known 8 days ago? We said you would have not known any sooner than the fall. Would you have known 8 days ago?
Well, yes.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. And again, I'll continue to say and stay in that space. Superintendent Taylor, they've just said they would have known 8 days ago. You're saying it misquoted, misunderstood. I have to ask, how many more times can it be incorrect? How many more times are we going to hear incorrect information? Not just on spec ed, but on other situations in other departments. How many times can it be incorrect that we send our community in an uproar because staff has not done due diligence to pay attention to what they're submitting out to present to the board, and we're here today. And so while I know that we have this thing in Wake that we let everyone do what they do that's in leadership, there has to be some levels of accountability. And we're lacking accountability. And today is a prime example of accountability. We're lacking accountability from stuff as soon as 8 days. And so for me, it's not okay. And I'll keep saying it and keep submitting it until I'm heard, until my requests keep being heard in private when I ask, please hold them more accountable. Please follow up and check this and check that. Oh, it's good, and then here we are today. Chair, I yield for the rest of my time.
Dr. Ng?
Thank you. Just trying to get a little perspective. I can only do it in my own personal life, which is, paying off my credit cards. And, I use my credit card to buy things, and then my statement comes later, and wow, it's like, that's a big amount of money that I have to pay off. I guess my question is, in terms of all the cost, added positions, added over the last 5 years, when and who decides that there is an increase needed? And I know this is not your area. And, is there a communication with you guys that says, whoa, at any point in time in the last 5 years, to say, we can't afford it? Is there such a process in place?
I would say what I mentioned earlier is that when we sit down and look at financials each fall, typically in a financial review with each chief, we go over all the information and we're all looking at things, and we say, oh, it looks like we may have a surplus here. Could we put some of that in over under savings, or it looks like the cost may be higher. Do you think that's something we need to be concerned about, or watch it later? We're all having, it's back and forth between the area that we're working with and finance. We just look at all the information together. So in this case, yes, we did talk about it last fall. But if you go back 12 to 24 months and you look at how the carryover had gotten as high as $39 million, an equally valid discussion at the time when we would have been trying to balance a budget that the superintendent brought to you all and that you all then approved to go to the county commissioners, would be, we are growing, we're adding schools, we need some additional occupational physical therapists, some additional special education teachers and instructional assistants. Well, right now, there's a larger than typical carryover on this grant, and we've got a choice to put these positions on the local budget or the federal. The choice would be to put them on federal at that moment, because those resources were here and available for use without asking for additional money from the county, which may impact taxpayers. So both are valid, and we are managing through time of uncertainty all the time. But that may not answer your question, but last fall on this is when we would have seen
and I
seen the
certainly,
it kind of tipped, like, okay, now we're going to not be able to do this again next year.
and I certainly understand, when there are needs for our kids with special needs that have services that we are obligated to provide. That is an obligation that we have, and certainly that weighs in on that decision. But I do wrestle with the understanding of, can this be a real-time assessment of the needs and the and the resources that we have, instead of going back, like, when the statement comes and say, oh wow, we spent a lot of money.
I'll go Ms. Edmonds, Ms. Gordon, and then Mr. Vice Chair, and then we can go to the next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. So I wanted to circle back to Dr. Job's question, because what I heard Dr. Job asking, and I'm going to put it in plain language, and Dr. Job, if I'm mischaracterizing, please correct me.
I basically heard her asking are we going to get another surprise like this, of this kind of gravity within the next weeks, months? That's what I heard her asking. Not in general, are we sure about, federal funding, state budget. That's not what I heard. I heard this is a surprise to us.
I understand, and none of us like surprises. We will be bringing the superintendent's proposed budget forward to you for consideration on April 7th. We'll present the information we have right now as we're looking toward next year's budget to you at that time. Mentioned Medicaid, we never know. It will be, you can look at our potential risk and we can say, these are places we're concerned that could bring a surprise that none of us know, but if things come in differently than we're thinking, there could, and that's why we put it there could be a surprise.
What I would say is that there will be in the budget when it comes forward recommendations to change some allotment numbers. We don't view that as something that we would characterize as a recommendation of this sort. Much of that will be decisions that a principal may decide to make. And so one of those examples would be if we now have a half of a literacy position for every school, and that would be roughly 500 and some odd months, and we reduce that to 400 months, put that towards the specific schools that need, that are high-need schools. When that principal gets that allotment, they may make other adjustments within the entire allotment that they have to refill that position. So we wouldn't look at that as saying this is a reduction of this magnitude. And so you're going to see those kind of adjustments that would happen throughout the budget, such as we did this past year when we changed the allotments for high school as it was related to assistant principals and some other positions. And so when we gave them those allotments, then they took the opportunity to determine are there some additional adjustments that we want to make in order to add this or keep this. So the example would be, you reduce AP, they may decide to have fewer social studies teachers. So that is something that will be reflected in the budget, but those will be driven by individual principal decisions that they make, but nothing that would be lifted up to say that we're recommending that 130 positions be not used within the budget.
Okay. And then I'm glad you mentioned the potential risks. So you brought that up earlier about that being in our budget documents, and this is going to be my third budget since being on the board, and there's always those potential risks there. I don't equate that, what's in our document in those budgets, to this. This is very different. This sounds like a mismanagement. Something went wrong, and that's not the same as when we talk about potential risks. If Medicaid funding goes away, that's beyond our control. Clearly, we would have to respond to that. That's not what this is. This is something that we had control over, or someone did, and I guess that's what we're here trying to get to the bottom of. But I just wanted to acknowledge that potential risk part is not an apples-to-apples comparison in my mind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad Ms. Edmonds brought up Dr. Job's question again, because I don't think that it was fully answered. And I just want to dig a little bit deeper in both questions. We are in the business of serving children. That is our number one job. So my question is, of the departments that rely heavily on federal grants, were there any other departments, or should we anticipate any other departments that will see some of the same issues and changes that we are seeing with SPED?
Thank you for that question. Looking at our federal funding, we weren't sure of what that funding, how it was going to come in, but there will be some reductions of some of those. And we have looked at those current vacancies that we have now to absorb some of those reductions, but with federal funding, there will be some reductions.
Follow-up? Sure. Are there specific departments?
That will be federal funding Title III, as well as Title I. Title I and Title III.
Okay. And there are no other, we don't foresee any other departments that rely on federal grants
For that,
that will see reduction?
there's things that have been paid out of those federal funding that will see some reductions. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I will mention, even though it's a normal process, but I want to make sure if it falls in this category or not, but we do have, over time, we have magnet grants that span multiple years to start magnet programs. They always have a finite term, and at the end of that term, there are positions that may transition off of that grant to local funding because the grant's ending. Our magnet grants come at the beginning, and then the spending, they decline over time. So some of our magnet grants are ending, some are deeper into the process than others. So you will naturally, and this has always been the case, you will see things from, as a grant ends, coming off of a federal grant, going on to local for teachers that may have been started within the grant. So that is also something that would transition.
Vice Chair Hershey.
Thank you. I've got a few. I'll try not to be too long. So let me clarify that neither of you told the chair or I what I'm going to talk about. Ms. Posey, you referenced it. We were told that money was spent that wasn't supposed to be spent. Now, it was on services for our kids. Is that accurate?
What I can share with you is that it is my understanding, I review every contract.
Yep.
And every contract is written for services that support our kids if they are direct service contracts. So I can tell you that whoever budget manager was approving expenditures, those expenditures were to support student education services.
So we were told basically that the interim signed contracts, maybe, I'm looking at the 7 million, and I thought that's what you were referencing. I think you said the interim. And I assume that's what it was, and that's why, to the point that the questions have been raised about where did the carryover money go, that's the funding piece that we would like to have not spent, but was spent, maybe it was needed, and that's why we have lost this carryover.
Services were needed. That is what has been shared with the financial group.
Maybe you're not the right people to ask. I mean, is that...
So
I mean-
and I do want to reference what you're talking about, and I want to make sure that when we talk about any person that was in place that spent money that they shouldn't have spent, I would say that's not quite the right characterization. And then again, if that was communicated by staff, it does lead to the belief that something was spent that it wasn't supposed to be spent on. But the interim person recognized that these services are needed. Speech was one of those. She spent the funding on that. We do recognize that as budgets were being balanced, that was the huge carryover that was in the federal 60 grant. And I think that is where the foresight had to be. If you spend this funding, then there needs to be a plan to replace this once we move forward. So I do want to be clear on that. That is not necessarily that they spent something that they shouldn't have done, but it's more so that any decision made to spend money that came out of that carryover, if there was not a clear articulation of how that's going to be replaced, then you're going to end up where you don't have enough to continue the grant as you move forward.
All right. It's what we were told. I left that meeting. We left that meeting, and immediately, and within that meeting, we said you have to inform our colleagues as soon as possible, because that was the primary message that I received in that meeting, was that, but I'm going to move on to another topic, two other items. One, this timing, where if we knew in the fall, why were we not raising the alarm to the public, to the General Assembly, going to our U.S. Congress representatives, planning ahead so we are not putting this on the backs of special education? And I'm going to put some context, which Mr. Haggerty brought up, which is when we had the one-time funding for COVID, we knew way in advance that we transferred, I think, counselors from that funding onto local. We knew way in advance this was coming. Because it's year to year, fall is way in advance. And especially we're talking about, this isn't even, if we did no other changes, we could almost get through this year, this next year. I mean, we could be banging to the door of Jones Street. We need $10 million extra. And I'm just not understanding how we have gotten to this place of, we announced it last week, and it was a horrible announcement. Everybody I talked to, I said, what did you take from that? You're firing 130 people, and you're $18 million in the hole. That's what that read. So and I am on the board, so it is my responsibility as well. I am a part of the collective we did an awful job with that. We did an awful job not raising this in the fall, because we should have been talking about this for the last 6-7 months. So now, I mean, I'm looking at the faces of people here, and I am listening to the people, I'm listening to my constituents over the last few days. People are hurt, and they're angry, and they're pissed, and all of this stuff, because they've had a week to process massive changes that seem to be going into, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rant, but where was the urgency, and why are we putting this on the backs of special education versus what we've done in the past, which is to move positions to local and cut somewhere? I mean, we don't want to be cutting. Let's be clear, we're talking about jobs everywhere, and we're talking about people's livelihoods, but we're cutting on the backs of the wrong people, and we had this runway, and we still have runway. We still got another 12 months, based on the understanding that I have, that this doesn't really go into effect until the end of next school year. So I get it that we'll be burning money, but why can't we go try to get money before we cut all these jobs?
So Mr. Hager, one of the things Hershey, I'm sorry. When we look at how we address this, what will be a funding gap, and one of those things is looking at the services that are being provided, which is one of the things we want to talk about in a moment, and that is to say that we recognize that we have a number of vacancies throughout the year, and that making adjustments in the caseload, which would account for those vacancies that we would know would be there, and then knowing that with the trend of where vacancies are, that we bring back all of those term contracts every year. We still have vacancies, and so the recommendation was made to prevent from having a major impact on other programs and having a major impact here, that it would be to increase that caseload for those CCR teachers, but still be well below what the state recommends, and then that would allow us to not disrupt those services for those separate classes, any OT and PT, and then provide the additional support that CCR teachers and regular ed teachers would need, and not have a major impact on services that kids have.
I would just say that if you ask the teachers and the parents, this is going to have a major impact with what we're doing, and I'm going to get to the whole later on how I don't know who was included in this planning process, but I'm certain it wasn't our teachers, and the parents had no heads up either.
We can go to the next slide.
Which one are we on? Okay. You want to pull the slide deck back up? So I think one of the questions from board members was about, of the adjustments for this particular topic that will be in the superintendent's proposed budget, what the dollar value is of that. So on the next two slides, I'm showing you the draft of the funding request that would be in the superintendent's proposed budget. It will be on April 7th. Part of the adjustment is that we are recommending to move 923 months, which is about 92 teachers, from the federal funding to local funding, which is what you were just describing. So we would be moving staff from federal funding to local funding. And when the superintendent's budget comes forward, you'll see that we had to adjust other things to accommodate that change. There's a second funding request on the next slide. Let me get down. And this is the one that is the 130 positions, or 1,300 months. $10 million is the dollar value equating with that, where we would be reducing the allotment formula that we use to provide resources to schools. And this shows you the formula change, but we prefer to wait until the slide a little bit later when program staff will review that with you. But this is just to show you those dollar values. So it is about $17 million, $7 million of which we're recommending move to local and be offset by other things, and $10 million would be, both of these would be coming off of the federal grant. And to provide context, I think there were also some questions from board members about how much is our special education budget. So for the next few slides, we're showing you that information. This is the 25-26 special education operating budget. So this is all funding sources, not just the federal grants, not just the state dollars, but everything in our operating budget. It does not include contract transportation. So this is a high level, and then I'll show you a little bit more detail. So of the total is 305, rounds to $306 million. And most of that is in salaries and benefits, of course, because we are paying for staff that are working with our students. There's another $23.6 million in purchase services, and likely most of that is in contracts also providing student services. If we go to the next slide, this breaks down each of those a little bit more. So if you wanted to see a breakdown of the salaries and benefits, this takes that $278.6 million, breaks it down in a further detail. So for example, that second line, instructional support certified, those would be teacher positions, about $74 million. But also look down below and you see supplementary and benefits pay. A lot of that is going to also be for teachers. It's the supplement to their state-based pay. You'll see instructional support certified positions, which are also certified staff serving our schools, our students, $18 million, rounds to $19 million. And instructional support non-certified, those would be instructional assistants, therapists, technical staff working with our students, $66.8 million. So that's just a breakdown of all of those costs in more detail. The next slide is a breakdown of the purchase services, which is contracted services, is what all of these accounts are. You can see most of that is in the professional and technical services. And then the next slide breaks down the supply cost, which is really not that large compared to the total budget, $3.5 million for school and office supplies. And then there's a little bit of equipment, $150,000 in the operating budget within the grants or the state funding. That's not building program money, that's operating budget. So the total, just to give context, is about $306 million for all of the special education services. And now we would transition to the program staff to cover some information with you.
Good evening, Chair Swanson, Vice Chair Hershey, board members, and Superintendent. Oh, sorry, I forgot it got moved. Good evening, Chair Swanson, Vice Chair Hershey, board members, and Superintendent Taylor. Thank you for allowing me a few moments tonight of your time to share some information as it relates to our Special Education Services Department. So we initially began to look at ways that we could reduce our spending when we were made aware of the concerns. We started by reviewing all of our contracts. We wanted to determine which contracts we could potentially reduce or even eliminate if the services were not directly tied to the needs of students. So, for example, we had a contract for a retiree that helped support our ESY planning. We eliminated that contract and reassigned those responsibilities to someone on staff. Additionally, we looked at 7 coordinating teacher positions that were vacant, and we closed those positions, as well as 2 additional positions that were planned to support our regional model, for a total of 9 positions that we closed within our department. We also closed a vacant director position on our policy team to reduce that fiscal impact. And we looked through all of our team budgets to see where we could reduce expenses for materials, professional development, other team needs. And we were able to reduce those expenses by over $200,000. Any questions before I go to the next slide?
I do have some, but I'm going to start on this side, Ms. Rice, to give my other colleagues some time. Dr. Ng?
Yes, thank you. I did ask Ms. Allred about this particular question about the team budget and what it's being used. You can explain that to the public, but also what are the dollar amounts for these vacant positions that you are getting rid of?
I do not have those exact dollar amounts with me today, but I can get that information and share that with you. The team budgets, those are used to
Dr.
purchase.
Let me interrupt for a minute. When you mean the coordinating teacher positions?
And the director of policy
Okay.
position.
And so the coordinating teacher, that would be at a teacher salary that usually runs about 80 or 85 with salary and benefits, would that be? And so with 9, that kind of gives you an idea of what that number would be. And on the director of policy, salary and benefits, that probably would be 115, 120, somewhere in that range. Ms. Posey, Ms. Kimsey, you could kind of let me know the range of a director's salary. I would believe it would be somewhere in that range with salary and benefits. Is that correct? Okay.
They're getting a quick estimate on that. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I think there was a question about the team budgets. So those budgets are for professional development, supplies and materials that various teams within our department may need to utilize. It could be math materials. It could be materials for our HI teachers, our VI teachers. So we looked at places that we could potentially reduce those budgets, and we did so overall by about $200,000.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back a couple of slides to slide 11 about the strategic budget realignment and talking about the allotment structure. I mean, to put it plainly, this is hard for an educator to see, given the large workload that they already have.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I just want to be clear so that it is out in the public. How is it that we are stating that we are doing this strategic budget realignment and that there is a reduction, and yet services won't change? Is it safe to say that we are asking, as we have historically done, we are asking educators to do more with less?
Absolutely.
Like, I just need that plainly, like, said.
Yes, ma'am. So you got a little ahead of me. I haven't gotten to that slide yet, but that's okay.
thought we were on this.
I was getting ready to speak to that slide.
Okay.
So if you would prefer, I can address your questions now.
wait. I can
Okay. So any other questions about the previous information?
Sure.
Can I respond to Dr. Ng's
Sure.
figure? Roughly between the director position and the 9 coordinators, it's about $930,000.
Are there any additional questions regarding slide 16? Because I have a couple of questions, but Ms. Rice, do you want to go for it?
Thank you, Chair. I did actually around slide 16 with the budget. So just to confirm, we are removing these for the 26-27 school year, correct? Because they're unfilled, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to bring clarity because at the end of the 25-26 year, we won't be in a deficit. And so if we're ending these positions that are here, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes, if we're ending the positions that are here going into the 2026-7 school year, I had to go check out some IDEA stuff to make sure I understand stuff about budget. So what about what the Office of the federal government around, help me better understand this, around our MOE that we have and the standards that we have to meet in compliance. I'm looking and it states that we have to keep our budgets, LEA, the SEA must determine that the LEA budgets for the education of children with disabilities at least the same amount from at least one of the following sources. So are we still going to be in alignment with what the budget says or federal dollars say? We have to keep the same amount of money the next year as we did the previous year, or it's a possibility we're going to have to pay some money. Help me understand that better so that I can make sure I'm understanding what I'm reading and that I'm asking correctly. Because if we're talking about cutting positions, fine, they're unfilled. So that's one thing that is unfilled. But if we're talking about CCR folks and all of that, help me understand what it means for us to be in compliance with federal law, that we have to keep the same budget for things going into following year as we did the previous year, or we will be in jeopardy of actually repaying money back?
Yes, that's a great question, and I'm quite familiar from my previous roles as a senior director with finance. The maintenance of effort that you're speaking to, it holds the district accountable for what we're spending in state dollars. So they don't look at your budget, but they do look at your expenditures. But if your budget kind of sets the expectation of what your expenditures are going to be, that's a good point. They look at your state, they look at your local, and they also look at your federal spending. So by reducing federal expenses, we will not be non-compliant. If we were to be reducing our state and our local expenditures by a significant amount and increasing our federal funds, then that would put us in a non-compliant. But by reducing the federal funds, as you see in your PowerPoint presentation, it's reducing the expenses on grants, and it's actually increasing your local expenses by almost $7 million. So if anything, you're showing efforts in increasing your maintenance of effort on the state and the local side.
Okay, so just for clarity, as long as we don't decrease our local dollars that we've received, we're okay.
It applies to both your state and local. So when the expenditures are run, so that's why the state also has a maintenance of effort that they have to abide by. So both your state and your local must show that you are spending above and not more of your federal. So your federal funds are used in this supplement fashion, but it can be used for the same things that you pay for state and local. So there is no, like in some federal funds, it has to all be supplementary. But we can pay for teachers on the federal funds just like we can pay for teachers on state and local. So yes, as long as we show that we are increasing in our state and our local, and we are not then increasing more on the federal relative to what we're increasing in state and local.
And we are in compliant with that? We are moving smoothly with that?
That is
There are
reported annually every
no
year.
jeopardy?
Yes.
Okay.
To
All
the
right.
state, to DPI, and DPI
Right.
monitors that directly.
Okay, and these things that we're cutting, again, I'm going to keep asking because I'm sorry, Ms. Posey, I don't get the same information every time. The federal dollars are what they are. We already knew we were losing them, ESSER funds, blah, blah, blah. We're good with that. But we are not seeing any cuts, and our money remains the same for our teachers that are coming out of it, where the state pays us for the teacher allotment and things of that nature. So when we're talking about cutting the 9 folks, it's all, again, just so I can reiterate, make sure I'm understanding, these are unfilled positions, right?
According to staff,
Okay,
yes.
well, I'm going to stop right there, Chair Swanson, about the unfilled positions until we get to HR.
Okay, so I do have a question regarding slide 16. Help me understand how removing 9 unfilled coordinating to teacher positions, removing a director of policy is going to provide support for teachers in the classroom. Help me understand that. And why was that even proposed? And keep in mind my background, I was a special education teacher, so I can talk in details how having a policy director, who was Ms. Lewis at the time when I was in the classroom, helped me out tremendously with this. So help me understand, why was this proposal brought forth?
So we first tried to look in our house at Central Services to see where we could reduce spending before we ever looked outside of our house. So we had 9 unfilled coordinating teacher positions that were to be part of the regional model to provide support to schools. We scaled that back. We determined that even with the staff that were remaining, we could still provide a far greater level of support to schools than in our current structure. So for example, a coordinating teacher now may have 12 to 13 schools that they support.
Which is a lot.
It is. So with our new model, even with those 9 positions that were dissolved, our coordinating teachers will have 5 to 6 schools. So we're able to drastically reduce the number of schools, which in our thoughts were, we're still able to provide a greater level of support than what we currently do.
So I might need to see that in a chart, because
Yes.
it's not making any sense in my
Okay.
head.
Okay.
Now, let's go to the director of policy, please.
So we have a senior director of policy, and we have a director of policy. At some point over the past few years, several years, there was an additional director position added. When that position became vacant, we just made the decision to go back to the previous model, which was a senior director and a director.
But the previous model did not help us reduce the amount of lawsuits that we've been receiving.
And that is a valid statement.
Oh, I know it is, because we approved them in closed session, so
So
this is not making any sense, but I'll let you continue.
So our intentions are that with the regional model, being able to assign coordinating teachers from our house, specifically as a point of contact for schools, having them be in those schools on a regular, weekly, consistent basis, that model with real boots on the ground in the building on a regular, consistent basis will help us move the needle in the right direction for students and for the district overall.
So I would also like to see how that progress is moving forward in this slide, and perhaps Ms. Gordon and Ms. Dr. Jobe, I hate to throw things at student achievement, but I think this might be a great model, because I still have questions, I still need clarity, but I still don't understand how losing not filling a director position is going to help provide teachers guidance when there's questions regarding IEPs, when there's questions regarding how do you address certain services, when there's questions about how do you move things forward, and not having a director or a person to help address that. The math isn't mathing, and it's not making any sense to me.
Understood, and please note, it's not that we opted to lose these positions. We were in a position that we needed to look at how we could reduce spending. So as I shared, we started with our house first and looked at opportunities that were potentials for us to reduce spending.
I'm still unclear why we would start with special education, given the fact that those are our most vulnerable students. That is one of the places where the district receives the most lawsuits for compliance issues, that is where we would make cuts. It is unacceptable, and I have a proposal, and I will get to that later on, but I don't want to see any cuts from special education, given the fact that we are not in a place where we should be making cuts. So I do have questions regarding slide 17, because the month of employment and changing those ratios, I have grave concerns about that, but I'll let you continue to move forward unless board members have any questions. Proceed, please.
Okay, thank you. So the chart, do you want to? Okay.
Can we get the slides on the screen, please? Thank you.
Okay, so the chart that you see here is basically a comparison of the state recommended allotments, the allotment structure that we used in 25-26, and the allotment structure we have used to determine allotments for 26-27.
And can we explain for the public
Yes.
that may not know what is a CCR, a classroom, a cross-categorical resource teacher? Could you explain that before you start going into the months of
Of
employment?
course, yes. So a cross-categorical resource teacher is basically a general licensed special ed teacher. So within the state of North Carolina, there are two licensure types. There's a general education license and adaptive curriculum license. So the CCR, for lack of a better term, is your run-of-the-mill special education teacher, whereas an adaptive licensed teacher would be in one of your regional programs. So the CCR teachers are obviously where we allot the greatest number of positions. Did I clarify that for anybody having questions about that position specifically?
I don't see any, so I think we can proceed.
Okay. So what you can see in the table is that in 25-26, we allotted for elementary CCR, in a multi-track year-round school, there was a 1-to-17 ratio, meaning one teacher, 17 students. In a traditional calendar school, it was 1-to-20. In middle school CCR, same concept, 1-to-20 for multi-track year-round, and 1-to-24 for traditional calendar. The one thing to note is in the adjusted allotments for 26-27, we kept the ratio the same for middle and elementary, but rather than 10 months of employment for each of those positions would be allotted at 11 months of employment. So what you can see clearly in reviewing this chart is that elementary school teachers could gain up to 5 additional students on caseload. Middle schools could gain 6 additional, and high school could gain 3. And for clarity, this will probably impact teachers' paperwork on a more significant basis than class by class, as Dr. Taylor shared earlier. There's a lot of different ways that those numbers could be absorbed in the schedule.
So let's pause here for questions, because I have several. And I will start with Dr. Jobe, Ms. Gordon, Ms. Caulfield, and then I'll go last with my questions.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I want to ask about state guidance for a second, because Dr. Taylor started out by mentioning that state guidance is higher than Wake County, and we've mentioned state guidance a couple of times now at this table. I know that the American Federation of Teachers recommends 12 to 16 students as a caseload. The Council for Exceptional Children, which is basically the gold standard of research for special education, says we shouldn't even be talking about numbers, that it's about workload, because somebody who has several students with, higher needs is going to have more work on their plate than somebody who has more students with more minor needs. What research is behind the state guidance?
So that, I do not have a clear answer on that. That guidance has been in place for a significant number of years. I'm not sure where that guidance came from. What I do know is that regardless of their recommendations around an allotment ratio, as Dr. Taylor shared earlier, they are looking at a more weighted funding model, which I think that's what you're kind of speaking to, which is that students with more significant needs would be funded at a higher rate. As I will share in some future slides, we are looking at, this was a starting point looking at numbers. We have added in looking at service delivery for students to add additional allotments based on students that have higher services. So while these ratios were a starting point, it was not our ending point.
Yeah. Follow up?
Absolutely.
That is part of what I was saying. But part of what I'm saying is really, I don't want to hear about state guidance anymore, because when we are losing 160 special educators a year, obviously these numbers are not tenable. And considering past issues with the state, I don't think we should be listening to them about what this is. So taking that off the table, and we're just looking at the allotment of what we're working with, this is not just a paperwork issue. I take issue hearing that.
Agreed.
So do I.
We're talking about teachers who are working in superhuman ways, but they have a finite amount of time in the day. And if they, like I have, a family member who gets resourced during their ELA class, and so do 6 other kids in his class, and so if that teacher now has 5 extra people on their caseload, she has less time for my family member, regardless of, what we want to do and who we want, and how we want to strategically realign this and everything. So I want to be clear that we're talking about perhaps not less services on paper, but certainly worse services. We are definitely talking about that. And I am back to Mr. Swanson's question about why this, why we haven't talked about taking money from other areas to put into special education rather than immediately jumping to how can we cut special education. I guess again, I just want to lift up what you were saying before, that this is absolutely going to affect IEP implementation if we only have so much time in the day. And we should have been talking about how can we possibly take some administrators and maybe direct them towards IEP administration. I mean, one of the things that other counties have and other, that we should absolutely have is an IEP administrator in each building, so it takes that paperwork off their plate. So it takes, I know that one high school IEP or CCR teacher said directly to me that the bane of her existence is trying to get these meetings scheduled. She spends so much time on the phone just trying to get these meetings scheduled and having someone in charge of that. So we should have been talking about all of these things starting in the fall. But I do want to make sure that if it were up to me, we would stop talking about state guidance, because a caseload of 50 students is just unreasonable when you're talking about implementing this. And I also, my last question, I guess, would be besides funding, how is workload considered in Wake County when it comes to the students' needs and their minor disabilities versus major disabilities and that kind of thing?
So I think that we all know that it's going to be crucial that our team, our department, works very closely with these schools to support. And that may be looking at scheduling with them. How do they build a schedule that makes the most sense, maximizing the resources in that building? What additional training may we offer that will help equip them to better support students? I think it's going to be a collaborative effort in how do we work together to support these schools, our schools, as we navigate this new chapter that we're potentially embarking on. So we know it's going to be a lot of support. Each school has its own specific dynamics, its own schedules, its own student needs, and so it's working within those schools to really see how do we maximize the resources within that building to meet the needs of students.
And so who is beginning that work? Who is sitting down with the teachers right now who are being told they're going to be doing more with less and talking through with them how to maximize the resources or whatever?
So schools are just now getting their allotments. And so as they navigate through that, we actually, just on Monday, there was a scheduling workshop for schools to send teams. So we are present at those workshops to help work through with those teams looking at master schedules. As of July 1, we will be in our regional model. We will work with staff in the buildings at the start of the school year to really look at who are the students, what are their needs, what are the resources within the building, and how do we build a schedule that makes sense and that is livable and doable. And as we've always done, we will continue to look at, do we need to make allotment adjustments? So there are times that we may need to add additional instructional assistants. There are times that we may need to add adult support for students. At the 20th day of school, we do a reconciliation. We look and see who are the students that are in the building, what's changed, because when we do these allotments, this is based on projections, right? And so a lot can change over the summer. We have students move in, we have students move out, we have new students identified, so we have to factor that in. So we will continue all of those practices as well as the support.
One more.
I want to build upon that, if you allow me, Ms. Dr. Jobe. Shouldn't these things already be taking place? Why are we waiting until we're in a crisis to start having conversations about what we could do better? I'm confused. So,
Well, and the other thing I wanted to ask is, what are we doing for professional development for our not special educators to make sure that they can actually support their colleagues, especially in these times?
Yes, ma'am. And
So
so,
let me
oh.
kind of add to that question, Dr. Jobe. What I can say is that is one of the things that I recognized entering the district, is that there was a tremendous amount of work that we need to do with regular education teachers. And I always take people back to the continuum of regular resource and separate. It just identifies the amount of time that students spend with disabled and non-disabled peers, and the majority of the instruction for these students does lie with the regular ed teacher. And so those are the things that we've talked about in terms of the professional development that's needed for those regular ed teachers to make sure this implementation takes place. I can tell you that this is the same conversation that we've been having for 25 years. But I think you're right on what it is that you were saying. That was part of the restructuring that we were trying to put in place to make sure that we are able to provide professional development not only for regular ed teachers, but professional development and support for SPED teachers as well. We recognize that a lot of our SPED teachers that come in are provisionally licensed teachers, and so they have a dual thing that they have to be responsible for, is one, learning teaching, and then also learning specially designed instruction, and then on top of that, managing paperwork and meetings. But I think you're spot on point in terms of what it is we want to do for professional development outside of the SPED program.
And I'd like to piggyback on that because we are offering this spring, we extended an invitation to every elementary school to send 2 gen ed kindergarten teachers to a training on supporting challenging behaviors. That training will be done in collaboration with Autism Society of North Carolina. The teachers will leave with some tangibles that they can go and implement in the classroom. And that will be paired with a coaching cycle from some of our behavior support folks to really help them take what they've learned in the training and help them structure that up and implement it in the classroom. We've had such a positive response to that we've had to offer an additional training because administrators are asking, can they send more folks? So the plan is that this will continue year over year. Next year, we will train some more kindergarten teachers, but we will also train first grade teachers because our hope is that we will build capacity, at least across elementary initially, because we know that that's where a lot of our challenging behaviors are.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you, Chair Swanson. I think Dr. Jove hit the nail on the head. Reducing SPED to only an increase in paperwork is, I think that does not only a disservice to special education educators, but also to the parents. I've spoken to at least 3 families within the past 2 weeks where I've had to have difficult conversations with mothers who have cried on the phone because they feel like they're just meeting a lot of challenges with their special education students and, the service delivery with their IEPs. But I want to say I do agree with you, and I do agree with Chair Swanson around, yes, we should be looking at scheduling. Yes, we should be maxing our resources. Yes, we should be providing training. And we should also be supporting less caseloads. And I also want to say, in regard to that, can you speak to, do we anticipate that there will be an increase in compensatory services because our caseloads are increasing? And how does that fare with what we are currently seeing with compensatory services?
So that is a great question. We do not foresee that there being an increase in compensatory services, but that is because we are planning to truly support schools in how to maximize the use of the resources allotted to their building, to build a schedule to ensure that all students are getting the services outlined in their IEP. The other thing to keep in mind is that, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, we have started every school year with vacancies. So those vacant positions are resulting sometimes students that aren't fully served as outlined in their IEP.
Right.
Through this allotment adjustment, we should mitigate those vacancies. So the compensatory that has resulted from vacancies should not exist anymore. Our goal and focus will be on ensuring that we are supporting schools and teachers in developing a plan to meet the needs of the student in the building. And as I shared before, as we look at changes or significant needs, as we've always done, we will make allotment adjustments. And Dr. Mattilla is going to talk about this in a little bit, but Dr. Taylor mentioned it earlier. Schools have had and will continue to have autonomy to convert positions. So if they determine that they need to allocate additional resources to support special education, they can request those conversions as they've done in the past.
Follow-up?
Absolutely.
So whether it's a vacancy or not, the compensatory services, correct me if I'm wrong, come from a child not receiving the service that they are legally entitled to.
Correct.
So I think, again, my question still stands. If we are increasing caseloads, whether it's a vacancy or not, if we are increasing caseloads, how does that ensure that we are providing the services that a child is owed?
Right. So it is our intention that we provide the services as it's always been, as outlined in the IEP. I think it's fair to say these are uncharted territories. We've not been in this situation before. It's not ideal for anyone.
Right.
But it's the reality of where we are. And so we are trying to chart a course to move forward and determine how we can best support schools with resources that we are allocated and ensure that students receive the services that the law requires them to receive.
Can I have one more follow-up?
As many as you would like to your questions getting raised, because I'm just as
Thank
confused.
you. Okay. I don't know if this question is for you or Ms. Posey. What is the actual number that we pay out in compensatory services?
I don't have that figure
Okay.
on me. Yeah.
Okay.
When can we get that figure?
Are you talking about for the current fiscal year or
If we need to go to the current fiscal year, the previous fiscal year, 3 years back, can we get the data?
I will have to, the staff, they do have the agreements that they should be able to pull that together, and I can review that
Is
information.
it possible to have it before the meeting is over?
I could pull up and see what I have for the current year.
That's fine, and then you can get the other data to us, but I think that might be helpful.
Yeah.
Don't let me put words in your mouth, Ms. Gordon.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Caulfield?
Thank you. I'll try not to repeat some of the concerns that my colleagues just raised. That's my original notes and some of the things I was talking about, you were talking about today. If I could first ask one question before I ask my other one, what kind of guidance does our special education teachers have within each and every school?
So can you be more specific and like
Well, you
around-
mentioned that we had a director, another director, or senior director, an assistant director, and then another one. And if we remove that position, it's going to affect who they go to. I'm trying to understand in each and every one of our schools,
Yes, ma'am.
the teachers who are in special education, who do they go to with their needs?
Yes, ma'am. So I think that's been part of our concern in our previous model. Depending on the need, you had to go to a different person. So with the regional model that we will be implementing in July, the plan is that there will be one primary point of contact for each school, so that a teacher or an administrator does not have to go through a directory to determine if I have a behavior question, I call this person. If I have a policy question, I call this person. There will be one primary point of contact. And within each region, there will be teams made up of coordinating teachers that will be the primary point of contact and a senior administrator assigned to each school.
When you say primary contact, is that somebody who specializes in special education?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That is
just wanted to
from
be-
our house. And the goal is that they will reach out to that person, even if the person can't immediately answer their questions, that person, that staff member on our staff, knows who their multidisciplinary team is, and they can reach out to get further support and guidance as needed for each school.
Okay, thank you. And then, I mean, my biggest issue is we hear over and over and over again how our special education teachers are completely overloaded. It is the paperwork. It is parent contact. It is what they're coordinating for the child. It is the discipline. It's the discipline. And it's just over and over again, we hear the same thing. I'm concerned when I look at this slide on 17, slide 17, that we're saying that we're kind of staying in the same realm. But if you speak to these teachers, if you even add one or two, or God forbid 3 more children onto their caseload, they're already beyond capacity of what they can handle, let alone when they go home, do they have anything left for their own family? So my concern is, why would we touch these numbers? And if I could just jump ahead a little bit.
Go for it.
For the past 2 meetings, we met new directors that we had, right? And I don't know if this is apples to apples, and in our budget, I hope that we can compare this. this is not a space where we should be trimming any positions or roles. This is a space where we have repeatedly tried to see where we could pad the classroom and the support for our children in need. Our special education, our behavioral struggles we've been having has been increasing in droves over the years, not decreasing. So I'm just having a really hard time seeing how we would pick this category of funds to decrease, where we need to take from some other places that we have and put them here. And I'm just going to say something that's going to sound very blunt, and I'm sorry, and that's in central office. We have a lot of different roles that we can consider putting more support here if we've got to cut certain things.
And so, Ms. Caulfield, one of the things I'll say is as we've done with each budget reduction, we look first at central services. Last year, with all of the reductions that we had, 48% of those came from central services, even though we comprise less than 8% of the total budget. We do recognize that there's going to be a level of support that all teachers will need, whether they're SPED teachers or regular ed teachers, and those are going to be positions that won't be classified as classroom positions. You could label a person as school staff and is on a school roster, but they're actually central services staff. So we don't want to pretend that we're having school staff and they're really central services staff. A lot of the coordinating teachers may be listed as that, but they work as a part of central services. The other thing that I'll say is that we do recognize that there is an increase in paperwork for special education teachers, and that's increased from one year to the next based on how we better identify students and some of the legal requirements that go along with that. And so one of the things we had talked about was developing a regional model where we would have staff, or many people characterize it or identified as case managers, that would help manage the paperwork. Now, this is something we implemented about 20 or 25 years ago to be able to help mitigate the paperwork that teachers have. But one of the things that we learned in special education is that when we deploy case managers to help manage the paperwork and the development of the IEP, it causes the special ed teacher's skills to atrophy, in that if they're responsible for designing the specially designed instruction, but they're not a part of that IEP process, then something gets lost as they grow in their work as a SPED teacher. And so what we now recognize is that we've got to have that healthy balance of not putting it all on a case manager and they only provide instruction, but how do we balance that out to make sure that they are not overwhelmed with paperwork, but they understand how to properly develop an IEP and be a part of that process.
Okay, thank you for that. And that is what I was referring to, is more padding this department with people that actually need, that we need, and that are going to help these teachers in the classroom, so they're not bombarded with that. And my other thing was, and this may not be able to be answered right now, but in our budget, if we could get some kind of idea of what kind of funds we would need if we were to help our gen ed teachers with special education, whether it just be PD or licensing. It has become in every classroom there's a need. So I feel that our general education teachers are struggling just as much in their classroom. And the idea of cutting bodies or I mean, there's only 9 roles that you listed here, and then a director. It sounds like we have a need for a lot more. But our regular teachers having support in their classroom, I don't know how we would support them. If they don't know what to do, they're only depending on the special education teachers. Am I saying that clear enough? It's an overall need,
Yeah.
not just
So
specific.
what I would say is that is the continuous struggle of providing the services that all children need. And so again, when we talk about a regular ed teacher, there is a responsibility that they have in the implementation of an IEP. And so that is where, while people may balk at the idea of professional development, but that is the only way that we help regular ed teachers to understand their responsibility in serving children that have these special needs and need specially designed instruction. And so that is something that is a combination among everybody. And so if indeed we want to intervene on the behalf of children, then it is going to require professional development and training for regular ed teachers to be able to implement that specially designed instruction. And so, and one of those examples that I would give is that we can't refer a child because of lack of quality reading instruction, because of lack of reading instruction. So what that says is that is the responsibility of the regular ed teacher. And so we have to do more to support that. And while I do know there are a lot of questions that the board will ask, and we will be here to answer all of those questions, but one of the things I want to say is that we made recommendations based on what we felt would allow us to have the continuity this program needs, but at the same time not diminish it in a manner that would greatly jeopardize what we provide the children. What I will say is that we are in the back ends of the superintendent's budget, and that will come forward with recommendations in that budget, but based on what we're hearing here tonight, we already know that a large part of our work will be to bring a budget forward as we prepare, but also to identify the options that would reduce what the board is recognizing here. And so I don't want to have any illusions for anybody who's here, for staff that is up presenting. Again, we recognize that there's $300 million that's spent in this budget on special education, and that we wanted to be able to take this opportunity to determine how do we realign the budget for this specific program and not having a major impact. We do recognize that increases in caseloads, those kinds of things, we're not saying that that's not going to be the case, because we've been very clear that that will happen. But part of the work that we have to do moving forward is about how do we prepare for recommendations that the board will have about addressing this, regardless of what comes out in the superintendent's budget.
Okay, thank you. And just out of curiosity, how many special education students do we serve?
Probably 22,000, somewhere in that neighborhood.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So I realize we're going to pause for about 5 minutes, do a break, bathroom, stretch break, because we've been going on for about 2 hours, and we're not moving past this slide because I have questions. I've seen questions here, but at least give folks an opportunity. So we will reconvene right at 7:40 on the dot.
Thank you.
7. All right, folks, it is 7:40, and so I want to be mindful of time and keep that.
Oh, I thought that I was going to holler at Lynn, but
Yeah.
She's right there. Okay.
Adhering to the guidance that the vice chair gave me to make sure we had 5 minutes and only 5 minutes. So thank you for keeping me on my job. So we left off on slide 16 of 25, which we were talking about the 17, excuse me, the CCR allotments. Were there any questions on this side regarding slide 17 before I dive into my questions?
Yeah, hold on, you had too much excitement. I got to make sure I know what my question is. As it relates to this slide, which is our employment piece, right? Is that fair to say?
CCR was just the month of employments that are going to be in the caseload.
Right, so my question's around just employment. I don't know if this is the right time. If it's not, I can pause and wait until we get to it. My questions is more around the employment piece to Dr. Matillo.
Ms. Rice, let's hold that one until we get to Dr. Matillo.
Okay, I can
because
wait.
we're
That's why I
still-
said whatever's the appropriate time. That's fine.
I'll recognize you when we get to Dr. Matillo.
And it is about employment. Okay, thank you.
So my question regarding the increase to the CCR, and I'm going to put on my hat as a beginning teacher. I see my former department chair in the audience. Just going to, pose some questions here. I know before the pandemic. Well, let me not even lead with that. Has the district began a model or explaining and training both ICR teachers and general ed teachers what an effective CCR classroom and teaching model is supposed to look like? Can you answer that one for me?
So we are beginning that training to really kind of level set. What we have found is we have some teachers with pockets of knowledge. We have lots of new teachers. We have lots of alternatively licensed teachers. So we have folks coming to the game with different skill sets. So we are developing, have already developed for this upcoming year, some very robust training for, as I shared with our general education teachers, I shared that a little earlier, and with our special education teachers. We are going to do 3 intensive days that will not be concurrent, but throughout next school year, for our special education teachers to ensure that we are level setting and building a very firm foundation around special education practices, high leverage practices, scheduling, providing services to students, all the things that we feel like will lay a solid foundation for our teachers. And then we will begin to build strategically and intentionally on top of that. We have also trained in pockets many of our schools on inclusion practices, co-teaching models. So I think that's kind of what you're getting at.
We're scratching the surface. I'm going to get very deep in a moment with this, because if all that training has begun, and we're looking at caseloads for this upcoming year, 1 to 17 to 20 for elementary, 1 to 20 to 24 for middle school, 1 to 37 high school, and you can see the numbers, et cetera, et cetera. But increasing those numbers by 5 to 6, and that training has not been effectively done, it goes back to the point that I raised earlier, is how is this going to provide support for teachers? Given the fact that as you indicated, many of these teachers are lateral entry teachers. Many of these teachers may come from different states. So if this training has not been done and has not necessarily, teachers have the meat of this, how do we expect teachers to effectively do their job and manage a challenging caseload. And I'll share this. I was at Enloe, and I was a beginning teacher. If a teacher is out on maternity leave, guess what? That caseload gets divvied down to their other colleagues, which means you have to learn a new student plus your own student. So these ratios, although they look great on paper, some schools are already much higher. And I would like to know which schools are much higher, because, again, it looks great to say this is the model, but I know when I started, my caseload may have started about 25-ish. By the end of the year, 35, 32. And that's not just, an easy caseload. We're dealing with nuances. You're dealing with so many different challenges. You're dealing with engagement in families. And most importantly, you're trying to build trust with those families. So if the narrative is already out there that there is some shifts that's happening, and we're increasing caseloads but not giving teachers the tools that they need to sharpen their skills, I have grave concern with that. And I know that training, when I was here, I know Ms. Hamilton was the assistant superintendent, there were some trainings taking place to effectively show what case management is supposed to look like, what it looks like in the classroom, all that fun jazz. COVID happened. So if we knew that these changes was coming, and we knew that we were alerted about these grants in December, September, whatever the early part of the year is, why are these trainings just now beginning? Why is the alarm just now being sounded? And how do you expect to recruit and retain teachers to effectively do their jobs based off this information?
So what I will share is that a lot of the plan that I shared with you was a plan that we had already began to put in place or to map out as part of our regional model. That was before we were made aware of the budgetary concerns. So we have tried to continue to move forward with the plan for training, professional learning for special ed teachers, general ed teachers, so on and so forth, but to also continue our professional development offerings that, as you spoke of, that we have historically done. So we're trying to build a plan to move forward, but we're also trying to backfill to address the concerns of we now have these budgetary issues that we've got to address and determine how to live within our means, but how do we also build teacher capacity that we need to address these adjustments, but also to move forward, because we continuously should strive to build teacher capacity.
So will there be protections for schools that are high needs, that have challenging, whether it's recruitment and retention in certain schools, what protections will be put in place to ensure that some of our most vulnerable students, our most vulnerable schools are going to have the protections that they need which I'm going to go on record, I'm not a fan of this change, and I think we need to go back to the drawing board. What protections are going to be in place, given that we're seeing principals retiring? So we're losing a lot of the institutional knowledge, we're losing teachers, and I'm just having a difficult time grasping all of this.
Understood. I feel that is going to require intentional collaboration across other departments to truly look at how do we provide support holistically to a school, because I think you're veering into, we're talking outside of even just the special education lane.
I was talking about the numbers here on the screen.
Okay.
That is special education.
Right. Yes, sir. So how do we work to ensure that we are supporting a school? If it's a new administrator, what type of training does that new administrator need?
Let me clarify.
Okay.
I see what you were trying to do there. I
Okay,
got you.
sorry.
I'm talking about schools that dealing with these changes. We're talking about the allotments, CCR, all that. What special education departments and across our schools that we know historically has high turnover, that are Title I, that have high needs, are those schools dealing with special education? I'll keep it germane to special education. What protections will be set forth with them to ensure that there are some guardrails, since we're not moving forward with the policy director, when we've closed those support systems that would be there to help give guidance and support, what will be done to ensure that those schools do not feel the harsh reality of these numbers? Is that a little bit clear?
I believe so.
Thank you.
And if I don't provide a clear response, please clarify. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
So what we are planning to do is that we are looking truly at what overall support do we need to provide for all schools. And then when we dig into each school individually, their data, meaning that if we determine that a school has 4 CCR teachers and 3 of them are ALI, they need to
break down those acronyms
I'm
for
sorry,
folks who are not
that is an
necessarily-
alternatively licensed teacher.
Thank you.
Right, meaning that they do not necessarily hold a teaching degree. So that school will need a different level of support than a school that has 4 CCR teachers that all went to school and have a special ed degree. So we are really trying to cater our support based on the needs of the staff as well as the students within that building.
But I also think those veteran teachers who do have the license also need support, because we're seeing that not every student comes in very pretty packages, as former Superintendent Moore used to state all the time. So when students are bringing different experiences and you name it, it's there. Our most senior veteran teachers also need the support. So I guess the concerns that I'm really trying to raise that I don't think we'll get at in this moment is what support will there be across the board? Support. And so if that means we need to readjust these allocations to give the board, as we are going through our budget process, because although the superintendent proposed this budget, it's not the board's budget until we make a final vote, what options could we see that breaks down these ratios of allotment for plus, adding 3, adding 2, but adding 5 or 6 is unacceptable. So I just think we need to come up with some different options, and also identifying the schools I referenced that have the most, that needs the most support, that in fact they're restart schools that we added support to for last year. So we got the data on it. What we need to see what support they need in order to ensure that we do not see an increase of lawsuits across the board. That's the concern that I have. Any other questions regarding this one? Ms. Edmonds.
For the allotments, I was told that year-round schools will not get their allotments for their start of school year, that those allotments will not be counted until the traditional calendar allotments. And that is very concerning for them. Is that true?
Can you speak to that, Terry?
I'm not sure specifically of, we begin our allotment process for schools now, this time period every year, and we look at projected student numbers for every school by grade, and we start allocating resources using our formulas. Principals, if they start to learn that their numbers are coming in higher or different, always have the ability to self-allot. So that it is, as we're in this process of rolling out allotments on numbers that we don't know will be certain until all the students arrive next year, there's a way to handle that. What I may hear and what you may have heard is that when we reconcile our schools, I'm not sure if this is what the question was or not, we have typically, in the last recent years, used day 20 for our traditional calendar. And that, for a year-round school, is pretty far into their school year. So we are making a change this coming year with when we reconcile our multi-track year-round schools, we'll be doing it on day 20 of track 4. So that's really about the same time in their calendar as it would for traditional. And that's what we did in the past, so we're kind of going back to that practice. Do you think that's what this was?
As best as I can tell, and
Okay.
thank you, and may I follow up?
Absolutely.
So actually, for you, Dr. Taylor, can you please ensure that any of our year-round principals, that whether or not they have raised a question, can you please make sure that our area superintendents that work with year-round schools communicate clearly with their year-round principals and get all of their questions answered with regard to this specifically? There are special education allotments for these positions. because that is a concern that I've heard.
Yes, ma'am, and I do know that principals have submitted questions that we are answering, and so some of those may have already been submitted, but we will make sure that we do additional follow-up to solicit more questions.
Any other questions regarding allotments? And if some pop up, we can always go back, so there's that. So we can proceed to the next slide, please.
Thank you.
Staff, please bring the slides back up for the display. Thank you.
So while this new allotment structure does result in 130 less CCR positions, as Dr. Taylor shared earlier, the district does not expect, or does expect, to be able to keep all of our special education teachers who have renewal contracts.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. So while this new allotment structure does result in 130 less positions, as Dr. Taylor shared earlier, the district does expect to be able to keep all of our special education teachers who have renewal contracts.
And can you explain how and what that looks like?
Yes, so I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Matillo. Is that okay?
Sure, unless we want to get through this, and then Dr. Matillo, you can pin that down and answer that as well.
Okay, thank you. It's important to note that this new allotment structure does not impact our regional programs. The changes to those programs are the result of opening and closing of programs that we do every year. We do that to ensure that those students are placed in programs as close to their base schools as possible. It's also important to note that these allotments are based on each school's special education population at the time the allotments were calculated. And as Ms. Kimsey shared, we do reconciliation at the 20th day to make any appropriate adjustments. We also want to reiterate that all services identified in a student's IEP will continue to be provided. We are ready and prepared to assist schools with developing schedules and assisting with allocation of school staff to ensure that all services are provided in the school. Next slide, please. Any questions before we?
I see a couple, Ms. Gordon, Ms. Caulfield, and then we'll come up here to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Swanson. In regard to the results in reduction of 130 special education teacher positions, I'm hearing that this is due to contracts, non-renewal of contracts. However, the letter that was sent to staff specifically states, hold on one second. It specifically states, all ratios will remain within our below state recommended guidelines and will result in the reduction of approximately 130 special education teacher positions district-wide. It then goes on to say, It then goes on to say, principals will work with human resources to identify any positions that may be affected. Employees in these positions will be notified starting March 25th. My question is, how did we come to the decision that special education teachers were notified before the board was even given information on this issue?
That's a great question.
So we did share that with the board in the conversations that you had with Ms. Allred. So remember, we started with board leadership regarding this information with the federal 60 grant. Then we met with board members and shared the information, and then we shared it with principals and then with the teachers. So that's what we talk about with the timeline of why we shared it with teachers.
Okay, so that timeline is a little bit iffy for me. I don't think the letter went out, and it may have been because of my scheduled meeting with Ms. Allred. But however the case, my point is, what is stated in the letter that went to staff is not about renewal of contracts. It specifically states a reduction in staff.
So I think we're probably talking about two different letters that may have been received. So AJ, I'll let you kind of respond to this, but the notification that we wanted to share with SPED teachers is that once we were going to make a recommendation to reduce the CCR numbers by 130, that means that based on what that allotment is, my school may go from 3 positions to 2 positions, and then we would work, HR would work with that. If it's 3 teachers and 1 now has to be placed somewhere else, that is what we would be talking about, is making sure that they would have a landing spot within the larger context of what would be vacancies that we recognize. And so the other letter that's sent out is one that, as I said before, goes to every teacher that has an expiring or term contract, that your employment ends at the end of the year. And so there is a possibility that they would have gotten both of those letters, one that generally goes out to everyone, but then the other denoting that if we're going to make a reduction of 130, then part of the work will be making sure that there is a landing spot for you based on what those final allotments would be. Now, going back to what we talked about with where we would be with vacancies, and this is the trend that Dr. Matillo would talk about, is that we've consistently from one year to the next, with all of the SPED teachers that have term contracts, we've been able to bring them back, but still have additional vacancies, and we don't anticipate that trend would be any different. And so, AJ, I'll kind of let you talk about letters and notifications so we can better answer that question, if that's okay, Mrs. Gordon.
First of all, we're on, right? Yeah. Okay. I acknowledge the concerns with the communication. I do, the communication did say that we would reduce the 130 positions, but that teachers on renewable contract, I think it said continuing contracts, would be placed in open positions throughout the district. So we have several different types of renewable contracts. When a teacher starts, they get a 1-year renewable, and they get that for 3 years. If they're in good standing, they move to a 2-year contract. If they remain in good standing, they then they move to the 4-year with the extension. So any of those teachers on those types of contracts, we do have positions in the district if their positions are reduced at their school. Not all schools faced a reduction. So we did have between 40 vacancies that we currently have right now, between the transition that happens at the end of the year with employees and resignations, we should be able to cover, I'm confident we can cover those 130. We also have 174 teachers on terminating contracts. If we needed to, a teacher on a renewable or a continuing contract would take precedent over a teacher on a terminating contract. But we still expect we will be able to hire many of the folks on term contracts who want to come back with us, and hiring managers want to bring them back, that we would still have enough vacancies to be able to hire them back next year as well.
Okay, follow-up?
Sure.
Chair? I think what I'm hearing is there were 2 letters that went out of the affected staff. There was another letter that went out notifying them that their contracts they were coming to the end of their non-renewed contract.
Yes, that's one that goes out to every teacher, regardless of their position. That and
I can speak more to that. Yes.
Okay.
So I think it was February 25th or sometime the end of February. All teachers on a terminating contract received a letter that just simply said your contract ends at the end of the year. please talk with your principal to see if there are other opportunities within the school, and that would be special ed teachers, regular ed teachers, any teacher in the district who is on a terminating contract. We let them know that when we hire them, but we also send them another reminder in February just so folks understand that come June 30 or the end of the traditional calendar school year, their contract does end. And oftentimes, principals will bring those folks back. And sometimes, and they can be on a terminating contract for a variety of reasons. Could be that they started a little bit later in the school year, that a license hasn't cleared, that they're, anything less than 100% employed, so if they're 90% even, they would go on a terminating contract. So oftentimes, those folks would even be hired back, and sometimes they would move to that renewable or continuing contract the next year when they're hired back.
Can I ask, when did that second letter go out?
I don't have the date in front of me, the one that I think Ms. Allred sent.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I think it was Tuesday during the board. Tuesday during the board meeting.
Right, that's what I thought, right, during the board meeting, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just want to make it very clear that I think that, I'm not going to speak for the rest of my colleagues, but myself and, quite frankly, a lot of the community is extremely alarmed by the decision that was made before even a budget has even been passed. So it appears as though the decision was made for us and not informing us, and we were not included in the process.
You want to respond to that, Dr. Taylor?
What I've said before is that once we knew we were going to make this recommendation, then we wanted to be transparent with teachers and notify them as soon as possible, because that is what we do with the budget every year, is to say to principals, these are the allotments that you can expect so they can begin planning. And so if we are talking about a reduction and that it could potentially impact teachers, that is something that I don't want to delay in terms of letting them know that.
I hear you, Dr. Taylor. I hear you. But the same level of care and concern and urgency that you're saying that went into that decision in letting educators know, I think should have been the same care and concern that should have been made with the board in this very issue.
And I'll take that. But again, what I will say is that the intent for us was to be able to be transparent with teachers if we knew this was a decision that we were going to recommend to the board, and that if that recommendation is what is implemented, then we've given teachers due and timely notice of what it is that could potentially happen. But what I will say is that in the development of a budget, when we decide that we're going to make decisions about positions, none of that is ever going to line up perfectly. But one of the things that administration will now do is to make sure any of those things are level set with the board as quickly as we are able to do that, and hope that they do line up.
Ms. Caulfield?
Thank you. I'm not sure if the question was directly answered, so if it was, just to clarify for me, you said that the district will keep all renewable contracts. So how many are not renewable contracts that are being affected out of the 130?
So we have it's impossible to say of the 130 positions right now which employees are on a terminating contract versus a renewable contract. We do have 174 special education teachers on terminating contracts right now. The rest of the 1,453 are on renewable. But we're working, if these changes proceed, we continue to work with principals to determine, okay, if you've lost a position at your school, for example, what are the options to manage that? Do you have a current vacancy? If there's a current vacancy, then, they don't have to move any of the teachers. If you have a teacher on a terminating contract, the teacher on the renewable contract would take precedent for that position, but we still might be able to find somebody, a teacher on a terminating contract, another position in the district, based on vacancies in the end of the year turnover.
So is it fair to say out of the 130 teachers that you're speaking about, that you are trying to place all 130? No.
No, a lot of them will be able to be managed at the school with other allotments or conversions with the current vacancy. We are now working with principals to determine who would need to, transfer a teacher on a renewable contract.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're getting a lot of concerns and emails coming in that they're fearing they're losing their jobs.
Yeah.
So what are we doing to save these 130 positions is what I'm trying to say. Is there anybody that's going to be possibly left out, that they would be part of those very many emails that we receive that they're afraid they're going to lose their job?
So a teacher on a renewable contract will not lose their job. If they don't have a position at the school, we would find them another special ed position somewhere in the district. There is a chance that we would bring back fewer teachers on terminating contracts because of the reductions, but we should still be able to hire many of those folks on term contracts, again, with our normal end of the year transitions and turnovers.
So we sent a letter to all of those that have a terminating contract.
So all special education teachers received notice
Okay, so they all got the letter.
that these redundancies were coming, because we wanted to let them know. All teachers who were on a terminating contract, regardless of whether they were special education or other certified, also received the typical terminating contract reminder letter that we send out in February.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I don't think so, because I'm
Trying
trying to
to
find out
find
how many of those 130 people need to be worried right now, is what I'm trying to get at.
None of the 100 and...
So let me share this way. The 130 positions are the reductions that we wanted to make in the CCR pool. There are 174 teachers with term contracts that we are not obligated to bring back. I want to quantify that in a minute. And there are also other regular ed teachers that have terminating contracts that we are not obligated to bring back. And so this is where I want the board to understand what would be a RIF and what would not be a RIF. And so anybody that's on a terminating contract, if we choose not to bring them back, that's not a RIF. That doesn't mean a hill of beans to that teacher if I'm the teacher. I want to up front say that. But also, of those 174 teachers that have term contracts, when we look at reducing by 130 positions and the turnover that we will naturally have, that turnover will compensate for those 174 teachers that are on term contracts that we are not obligated to bring back. But if the trends are as they have been for the last several years, that when we end the year with the number of vacancies, retirements, resignations, whatever the case may be, that we will be able to bring back those 174 that do have term or expiring contracts, and then we will still more than likely have vacancies that go beyond bringing back the 174, reducing 130, and we still have vacancies. That is what we wanted to share in terms of what the trends have shown, and that has been consistent over the last several years. But what we can't do is to say to anybody on a term contract that we're going to guarantee you a position. That is why, well, that's not why they have term contracts, but that is what a term contract puts a district in a position to be able to do. As Dr. Matillo has said, any teacher that does have a continuing contract, whether that's 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, then we are obligated to bring that person back and be able to place them somewhere. And that if for some reason we're not able to do that, then that does result in what we would call a RIF.
Okay, thank you. And if I could ask one more question? You mentioned all all locations that were allotted, are students going to be moved as a result of this from the school that they're currently at? Because I know with special education students, sometimes that's one thing we hear from parents, is that consistency.
Correct. So there are times that, for example, we have a student in a regional program that is not at their base school because currently that program doesn't exist. Through our open and close process, we may open a program at that student's base school. That parent would be given an option, depending on the grade level of the student, things like that, if they want to remain at the current program or attend at the base school. That is standard practice. We are not anticipating moving any students as a result of any of this.
Okay, and then if I could just end with one comment, what Ms. Gordon stated, I think the concern was really the fact that it was, normally we receive, we have lots of like committee meetings that lead up to the decisions that we make, so it's kind of a buildup of here's the information, we have the questions, and we go over it, and this was kind of dumped all at the same time, and I think it has caused a lot of confusion and a lot of questions that went on for a week before we were able to sit down and have this conversation, which I think is very important. But that type of lack of information before it actually went to the public, kind of, or before this type of meeting, I think that's where it caused a lot of confusion and a lot of people making their own, either assumptions is a bad word, but just trying to understand the information that was put out there. And I think having this kind of conversation was probably a better idea to do that first and then introduce it to the public. And I think that's what you were trying to say, Ms. Gordon, so I agree.
Ms. Rice?
Dr. Matillo. I have questions.
Yes, ma'am.
About our processes. Let me slow down, though, and take my time to ask just these few short questions. Do principals receive guidance on how to recruit special education and dual licensed teachers?
I don't think they receive specific guidance per se. Our recruitment team does support, the recruitment of special education teachers.
So, Dr. Tillo, my concern around our our hiring practices and the way we recruit is important. I'm trying to make sure I'm asking my question right. What practices have we implemented to meet the goals necessary at the school-based level? I'm really concerned about how we're recruiting and retaining teachers. I'm trying to figure out what innovative things that you have done to understand that this is something that we constantly have vacancies for. I really need to understand how you aggressively research and recruit our special education teachers and workforce. And this question is going to be very important to me in the next slides ahead because it directly correlates to what happens in your office. Everything that we're talking about here directly correlates to what happens in your office, whether it's the turnover piece, it's I'm really trying to see what guidance is HR providing for the principals whom we give this broad scope of authority to hire anybody they want to, that's their friend, cousin, or whoever else, right? Like, what does your office do to ensure that these schools have the allotted people necessary to teach students?
Yeah, a couple things, and thanks for the questions, Ms. Rice. I think in terms of special ed recruitment, a couple things I can point to that we started this year. I think we updated you all maybe earlier in the fall. Partnerships that we have with NC Central and with NC State, apprenticeship programs for IAs, who want to go into to be a special ed teacher, and we've been able to secure funding, for those folks to take classes. So that is one example. Do know that our future teacher corps coming out this year, and we have 5 special ed teachers coming through our future teachers. So those are a couple of examples of things that we're trying on the recruitment side. While we give guidance to schools about things like interview teams, we are currently working on, Dr. Taylor has asked us to do this, an additional hiring resource for schools so that we can be more explicit in some of the expectations on, how to recruit effectively, how to hire the right people. And then additionally, we're always giving guidance as needed around, our platforms and our systems and how to use those in the hiring and recruiting process.
Right, thank you. I think I heard you say we have 1,453 renewable contracts currently, and then we have 174 terminating contracts currently, and we have 40 vacancies as well. I just wrote these numbers as I heard you. Just make sure I'm saying them correctly.
So it's 1,453 teachers who teach special ed.
Okay.
174 on term contracts. The number I didn't give is the specific number on the renewable contracts. That's 1,279.
Okay. I think, are principals allowed to offer incentives for hard-to-fill positions?
What types of incentives?
I don't know, Dr.
Yeah,
Gillo, that's your
yeah.
department. I
So-
don't know. I'm just asking, do they offer incentives?
No, not really.
Okay.
The closest we got to that was when we did have a grant for harder-to-fill schools where we could offer recruitment and retention bonuses, and that was showing some promise.
Okay. So who else, besides retention bonus, who else receives bonuses? Whether in leadership in spec ed departments, who's receiving bonuses in our district? Who gets bonuses for doing work?
Nobody.
I think at this point, we do have some transportation bonuses.
Transportation, yeah.
Most of the other, I think all of the other bonuses do come from state mandated bonuses for performance, teacher performance. Principals do get a bonus for student performance.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any
Yeah,
other
I think
bonuses.
that's correct. The only additional bonuses that we offer bus drivers based on attendance, but for classroom teachers, there are some bonuses that the state does offer if they hit certain performance points. And so that's from the state, not locally from the district.
But not every special education teacher will qualify for some of those said bonuses.
Correct.
Say that again, Chair
That
Swanson.
not every special education teacher, in fact, I don't think a lot of special education teachers would qualify for those. It's typically your math teachers, your reading teachers, English teachers, certain CTEs. So
CTE, correct.
and it's typically based off of students, how they perform on exams. And special education teachers do not deal with that.
So
And you
how
can
do-
correct me if I'm wrong, but.
Right,
You're
so,
correct.
so it goes back to, we've had conversations that recruitment and retention of teachers are important to me, and then representation of certain recruitment and retention of teachers are extremely important. So how will we ensure we remain IDA compliant after these reductions? Meaning, for my intent of asking this question, is in compliant in the classroom to avoid lawsuits? Because for me, it seems like we're doing a lot of nothing well. Like, when it comes to retaining and recruiting teachers, we're doing a lot of nothing well. We constantly see the fact that we can use part of the budget cut of positions we're not even using, how HR is not developing processes of wellness for teacher support around special education teachers who are extremely exhausted just by doing their job. Like, HR should be really devoted to making sure teacher working conditions are well in the classroom. HR should be really embedding wellness in these classrooms and areas and making sure that principals understand this is necessary.
in order to keep and retain our special education teachers as well as our educators overall. And so my concern, and the last thing that I think that I'll say is, I need us to stop doing a bunch of nothing well. I need us to stop that. I need us to hire qualified people and create what we need to do. We can create a whole lot of other things, and we'll talk about the SBOs. We can create a whole lot of other stuff in Wake County. But can we create stuff that's really going to impact folks' lives to help them be okay to continue to want to work here? Right? What are we doing? How are we embedding practices with staff to understand as principals to connect to parents, right, about their own special education child? And that may be for our special education teams outside of your scope of HR, but I need, for me, Dr. Taylor, I need for HR to do a better job in its oversight processes about who you're hiring and this broad scope of authority we keep giving these principals.
So, Ms. Rice, one of the things that I'll respond to is that we continue to do those things to help better recruit teachers. But I will say that with the special education recruitment, that is something that every single district faces, and I think this whole conversation that we're having tonight helps amplify what that issue is, that you can come in as a provisionally licensed teacher, and you're expected to do all of those things, and we know that the paperwork is something that is consistently impacted teachers. And so because of that reason, it makes the recruitment difficult for every special education teacher and every principal across the entire state. Now, what we will say is that we've worked very hard to reduce those numbers, and that this year, I think our fill rate is about 98%, somewhere in that range. And even with 40 vacancies in special ed, those numbers, we've been able to reduce those. I do want to say last year we may have had 84 sped vacancies, somewhere in that number. So that is something that we work to address every single year. But special education recruitment remains an issue for every district.
So I apologize. I'm sorry. I can't follow up. Okay. I apologize, but I hear us, but the one thing that I need for us to do is we talk about, it happens across all these districts, it's everywhere, is this, but weight needs to be different. If you're going to be the largest, lead like you're the largest. Be innovative on our own ways. Create spaces that where we show people what needs to be done by what we see is happening in our district, and then they follow what we do. And let us not be so quick to pass off things for not doing stuff as it's happening everywhere else. And Mr. Matillo, I just really also needed to know, I don't know if you just answered this for me, but when you are hiring or asking principals to hire folks, what are we doing around the dual license? Did we answer that question around dual license? I saw that I had this, like, you talked about the 3 types of licenses of teacher, general license, adaptive, and general license spec ed, which is going to be important later. What have we done, or do you have any numbers around Wake County's dual license teachers?
I don't have those off the top of my head. I can get you those numbers. One of the things that we will do is when we do have a modest reimbursement for coursework and licensure exams for teachers who do want to pursue another area of licensure. So that is one way that we support them. Our own internal educator prep program, we have test prep for folks that are exploring licensure as well. So we do have some things in place, but we'll certainly continue to reflect on your feedback.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Edmonds?
Thank you. It's relevant to the points Ms. Rice was making. I do think it's important that we do lift up the horrible ranking of North Carolina when it comes to supporting our teachers. We rank 50th in funding effort. That's dead last. And we are 43rd in average teacher pay, I think we're 38th in beginning teacher pay. I don't know what our ranking is for special education pay. I do know that enrollment in educator programs in the UNC system has gone down about 40% over the last decade. And all of that is relevant to this conversation. So we are awake. We do have one of the larger supplements that we offer, among North Carolina counties. But the fact remains that fewer and fewer students are going into special education as a career, whether it's here in North Carolina or, around the country. So I do think that is very important, and we can be creative and we can be innovative. We are awake, but those two things can both be true. And so I don't want to dismiss the fact that how poorly our General Assembly is making the investments that need to be made at the state level. It is relevant to this conversation, and a lot of the blame needs to be directed to Jones Street. It is relevant to this conversation today. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair?
Thanks for being here. Can you just speak to the 130 special education teacher positions? I was under the impression that some of those were vacant, and so it wasn't 130 people.
I'll do my best.
Yeah,
So
sure.
when we reduce positions in the district, we do it by formula, right? So we don't just take vacancies and say we're going to close these vacancies, and because if there were three vacancies at a school, that school would lose 3 positions. So we do it by formula. We do it based on positions. But if some of those, and we already know from some initial outreach, some of those will be vacancies. So if a school loses a position and they have a vacant position, then that's the position, obviously, that they lose, and they keep their teachers there. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
So I want to lift up a couple of things my colleagues said real quick. One, the timing of this proposal should have come with the budget. So if it was coming out this last week, then the budget should have come last week. And we cannot do this again in the future. This is too big. If it was like $1 million, okay. But we have to be presented as a board with options, and I think we have not been presented with options. For clarifying, we're talking about $10 million? Is that about right? As far, yeah, I see the superintendent shaking his head.
Yes.
And in past years, we've been presented a budget, and here are different things you could fund, here is where you can save money, and as my colleagues have lifted up, the process of this has been out of whack. So we have not able to, like, I have ideas, and one idea is, the Ms. Rice kind of touched on it, and the superintendent brought it up earlier, but principals have flexibility to hire for allotment positions. Why? If we have a special education problem, which, guess what, we do, why is it not just mandated that we're going to take that 11 months or 10 months and say, that's a special education teacher in that school? And I do not understand how that's not the first thing we do versus this. And that's not directed at any one person. This is directed at the entire school system in these offices. Like, that seems, and I think that was one thing that Ms. Rice was, the flexibility part. I would love to give them all the flexibility in the work. But as Ms. Edmonds pointed out, we don't have that luxury for very obvious reasons. So, like, why not that? I mean, how many, does every single principal have that allotment? Because that's 200 positions. And if it's only middle school and high school, then it's like 70 positions or something. But already I'm making a dent and then saving these. And I can go and do some others too, where, I'm going to bring this one up, and I wasn't planning to, but I apologize to the assistant principals. But we have a lot of assistant principals at our big high schools, and, maybe one of those becomes a head of special education, and that's their job, because you look around the state, and because we are underfunded, the big schools around the state, and you can look it up, you can look up comparable sized schools. 3, 4, 5 APs, and we have 7. And I don't want to get rid of these people. But if special education is a problem, and it is, why are we getting rid of special education positions versus making hard choices with other positions, redirecting those resources into special education? That's it.
Sure. Go for it, Mr. Hagerty.
Just to Mr. Hershey's point, we have literally seen principals convert special education positions to assistant principal positions, and then come back and blame it on the board.
Well,
So,
I'll,
I'd be interested in Mr. Hershey's proposal.
and I'll lean to AJ and Kimsey and Terry, Kimsey, and Tricia on this, and the restrictions of what they can have flexibility to convert and not convert. I'll let you respond to that first.
We do not convert special education teachers to assistant principals.
All right.
That is not a practice, and it's not an allowable conversion.
Then please let me know who I need to report that to after the meeting. Thank you.
so I
Could I add one additional comment to, I think, Mr. Hershey's point? And so one of the things that we've done is to reduce the level of conversions that principals are able to do. You saw that with the budget that we did last year, that we both reduced positions and reduced some of the ability to be able to convert. But we also recognize that because there are 203 different schools that have different needs, we do want to be able to still have some flexibility for conversion within formulas and things that we dictate. But we also recognize that there will have to be additional reductions or additional ways that we limit what can be converted. And as a part of the whole process, it really is about looking at every single place where we allot. And we did reduce the allotment for APs, but we also recognize that while we may do additional reductions in that, we also have to recognize that there's a limit to what you can get out of the number of APs that you have. And so I think both of those are necessary, reducing, but knowing we can still only get so much from it.
so
10 seconds.
go for it.
I would just say that we might have 200 schools with different needs, but clearly special education is a need at 199 schools. So
Agreed.
So I have one question, and I think I'm going to change the formatting for the sake of time that we can get through the rest of these slides, because I do have questions regarding the CCK. Didn't want to add too many Ks to that. The CCK, that's why I don't do acronyms, and the Essential 6 and Math 6. But regarding this, and I think the chair, I almost said Chair Hagerty, I think Mr. Hagerty hit on how can schools convert positions that are supposed to be used for gen ed for special education, and you just said that can't be done, so I guess there needs to be some guidance, or can that be done?
Yes. So what I said earlier was we do not convert special education teacher months to assistant principal. I'm not aware. I mean, I can check on the situation, but I'm not aware. We do allow conversion from a teacher to a different type of teacher, and I have seen schools convert regular education classroom teachers to special education, not in the reverse. We do not convert from special education to something else. Some schools have converted special education's instructional assistants to create additional teachers. That has occurred. But we generally do not convert from teacher to something that's not teacher. It would just be to a different kind of teacher.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
And I'll reserve the rest of it. We can go forward with the next couple of slides since we're close to that 25 slides.
Thank you.
So if staff could go back to the presentation. Thank you.
So as we thought about how we could best support our schools through this type of transition, we considered numerous factors while we were making adjustments. One of the things that we looked at was the required services outlined in students' IEPs as services provided in each school related to behavioral needs, meaning that we looked at students that had services for behavior or social emotional, and we created additional, or we allocated additional months of employment by way of a behavior support position for the schools with the highest needs. We also looked at allotments for middle and high school to make sure that we were allotting to meet the scheduling challenges at the secondary level. So, for example, we made sure that no school at the secondary level that had over 100 students received less than 4 allotments, because we have to allow for those positions to meet the scheduling demands at the secondary level. We also just want to really reiterate that, and I know we've said this numerous times, but we want to reiterate that we will provide the required services as outlined in students' IEPs. And I'm going to transfer over to Dr. Matillo. I think he maybe has hit on most of that, but just in case.
Yeah, we covered pretty much all of my talking points, but if there are additional questions, I'm certainly happy to take them. Sorry, Chair Swanson.
So now I'm going to share some updates related to special education programming for 26-27. It is important to note that these programming changes are not related to budget. These are in line with our customary practices of reviewing and refining our programs every year to ensure that we are continuously improving our overall special education program. Next slide, please. So the cross-categorical kindergarten classroom was developed many years ago as a means to gain additional data related to placement for students beyond kindergarten. In most cases, what we found was that there's not been a great deal of diagnostic data collected in those settings that could not have been collected in a student-based school. Next slide, please. So the ratios for CCK classes really is not drastically different from a traditional kindergarten gen ed classroom. They were allotted at 1 teacher to 13 students with 2 instructional assistants. It's important to note that these classrooms have high concentrations of students with complex behavioral needs. Being in a separate class for the majority of the day gives these students less opportunities to practice the skills they are learning in classes with non-disabled peers. With the closure of these classrooms, the IEP team, as they always have, will continue to make decisions about what services each student needs, and these will be carried out in their base school instead of a regional program. Finally, it's important to note that there's a compliance issue with many of these classrooms. The students in the CCK class are there for most of their day receiving core instruction from CCK teachers. The majority of these teachers are not duly certified to teach kindergarten and special ed. They all have special ed certification, but many do not have license to teach kindergarten core. This puts us out of compliance. So for all of these reasons, the decision was made to close these programs and provide the services students need in their base school. As a reminder, special education is a service and not a place. And to reiterate, these students, as well as all students with IEPs, will continue to receive their services as those IEPs outline. So similar to the licensure challenge for CCK is the licensure issue for essentials. Most of the teachers carry a special education license, but not the license for the core instruction in ELA and math. Additionally, there is no amended or abbreviated resource for these classes to provide core instruction to the students. These classes also often combine grade levels, which impacts rigor as it relates to core instruction. With the phase-out of essentials, IEP teams will continue to write the IEP for what the student needs, and students will receive their core instruction from a certified teacher in the subject area. Special education teachers can still provide that specially designed instruction targeted at what skills that the student needs, but that will be outside of the core instruction time. So to address this compliance issue, Essential 6 will not be offered for 26-27, and the plan is to phase out Essentials 7 and 8 over the next 2 school years. That is all that I had in regard to those programming updates.
Well, thank you. We have concluded at the end of the slides, but I see questions. So I'll start with Mr. Hegarty, Dr. Jobe, Ms. Rice, and then once then I'll go to Ms. Caulfield, Dr. Ng, in that particular order.
Thank you, Chair Swanson. So I have some questions specifically about these last few slides. Now, I'm not a special education expert. I only have the experiences that are related to me by special education families, the staff at the schools, and the staff here at the district office. Personally, I see a lot of benefit in the CCK program, tremendous benefit, and I have strong worries that oftentimes we push kids into classrooms before they're ready in the name of inclusion, and I don't believe that's good for any of the students or the staff involved. And so I have real concerns about that.
Understood.
However, the certification issue is a significant legal issue. And just as I am very sad to see a proposed discontinuation of the CCK program, I have other emotions around how we got into a situation where we would have the majority of CCK staff hired and employed without proper certification, and how we would get the same situation in our literacy essentials, where if there's a requirement for both your ELA license and your special education, or it could be ELA, could be math content, how are we reviewing and recruiting and hiring these individuals, many of whom, from all the reports, are fantastic educators, beloved by their students and their families, but if it's not permitted by the state, how did we hire them and put them in this position in the first place? I think that's a serious accountability issue, and I think, here we've been very fortunate with the individuals that we've had in this program, but let's say there had been an incident, there had been a problem in terms of liability. If we knew, if the state is saying you have to have teachers that have these dual certifications, and we weren't complying with that, it's one thing to come out and say we can't continue the program now because we've been doing it wrong, but I think we seriously need some answers on how we got here in the first place. And I'd like that addressed.
Would you like to speak to that? So I'm going to speak from what I understand as a historical perspective. My understanding is that these programs were initially structured so that the teachers were dually licensed. However many years ago they were established. Over time, as principals have autonomy to hire and fill positions, that important factor somehow slipped through the cracks. So once we became aware of this issue, we implemented a plan to try to correct the course. So that's the piece I can speak to from the special education lens. If Dr. Matillo wants to add anything from the HR lens.
Thank you. And I would be interested in hearing from Dr. Matillo on this.
And I would have to look into it a little bit further, but when we hire these are special education positions. So when we hire them and we run our audit reports and we do our licensure checks, they're special ed certified teachers who are teaching special education classes. So I do need to do a little bit more research to see how it did occur, but that's what we would look for in HR.
If I may follow up, Mr. Chair. So I know we have a lot of issues to consider tonight, but I don't want to lose the gravity of this situation, that if we had had a single member of the staff that was not certified, that could have been a big issue and controversial for the district, especially if there had been issues with anything within that classroom. Here, however, it's not one employee, it's the majority of the employees in all of these programs. And I don't understand, the accountability in the process that if you are reviewing credentials and reviewing licenses, how you could have 32 of 39 teachers in a program that did not have the required licensure, and how you could have the majority of the CCK teachers not having the licensure in that general core. And I understand that hiring might take place at the school level, and you might have some school flexibility. But ultimately, as the HR department, what went wrong?
Like I said, I need to look into it further, Mr. Haggerty. I understand your point. I know what we look for in terms of certifications versus courses teaching, but obviously there was a breakdown here that we need to review further to determine exactly what happened, and I will certainly do that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Matillo. I'm not going to continue on the issue. I think you understand my concern, and I trust that you'll provide that information. Mr. Chair, if I could?
Go for it.
All right, and I apologize. It's been about 2 hours since I last spoke. This will be the last time that I speak on this. I'm not quite sure exactly who to direct this to. If I need to direct this toward the superintendent, if I need to direct it toward the board, if I need to direct it toward the public, if I need to direct it toward staff. I can't tell you how sad and hopeless I feel about this situation. There have been multiple failures at several levels. And I want to commend the chair for calling this meeting, because this is not something that in the past I think would have happened, and I think that's a problem. I think having the transparency and the sunlight on this process can be awkward, it can be painful, but I think it's healthy and I think it's necessary. Now, I want to point to 4 areas in particular that I think really deserve to be, called out. I think our communications on this issue was extremely problematic. I will say, Dr. Taylor, I do respectfully disagree with a comment that you made earlier when you talked about, your office, you can't control a narrative that is external to your office. I understand your point, that when information gets out there, you might not be able to address it all, address inaccuracies. But a lot of the communication about this point and what we have here and the response we've gotten from staff and the public did come out of this office. I look at just the written communications I have. I don't even have the communications that Ms. Gordon cited. You know, you look at communications for the what happened and why, and we see here what happened. The district must reduce special education expenditures by $18 million. That's a direct quote. You know, in other communications, again, must reduce special education by approximately $18 million. What's the why? What's the justification? What did we share as part of the development of the superintendent's proposed budget? Full stop. So it makes it sound like this is just simply a discretionary decision. Hey, the superintendent has to pass a budget, and why not take $18 million out of special education? It's only understandable that there would be outrage if that's the message that goes out there, as limited as that goes. And then when we talk about the RIFs, coming into this meeting, I was still confused as to who we were hiring, who we were not hiring, who was losing a job, who was not losing a job, the communications that went out. While these changes are expected to reduce the number of special education teaching positions across the district, our goal is to continue required funding services to students. Well, that sounds like we'll lose special education teachers. There's nothing about placement, there's nothing about jobs. If you were a teacher and you read that, I can understand the anxiety. But then you go to the message that went out to staff. These changes are expected to result in a reduction of approximately 130 special education teaching positions district-wide. I mean, that sounds like you're firing them and you're putting them out of a job. And then in that same communication, when you follow up with, oh, and by the way, we're having a special community engagement fair, come on out. I mean, that's just tone deaf in terms of delivering what to many people could be, you know, traumatic news and sort of burying it among other news. Now, what you've explained sounds very different than I think what a reasonable interpretation of that communication would be. And I think in the timing, I know that the leadership had expressed some comments about the timing. You've developed this, it is time sensitive. I know that you have to share it with principals, and I know that once you share with principals, it's going to get out to staff and everyone else. But I think there's a way, as nuanced as this issue is, as long as it's taken to adequately explain it, to go through with multiple staff and multiple slides exactly what the change will be, I don't think you can fairly communicate that in just a couple sentences in an email and not expect the kind of protest that we've seen to that news based on what was communicated, okay? In terms of budget and finance, I appreciate that this is complicated. I really do. But the question, you know, people have asking, was this spending wrong? Was anything done wrong? I don't want to focus on that, but rather, was the spending over budget? Now, you have decision makers in the department who are spending. But you all, as the record keepers, the gatekeepers, why was an alarm not raised? And I appreciate that you've brought this to staff's attention. But by contrast, several times during the year, we will have to make budget adjustments based on changes in revenue, changes in cash flow. And you bring those changes to the board. We frequently make budget adjustments as part of our action agenda, as part of our consent agenda. We've had special action items on our agenda to address a potential shortfall in CNS of about $250,000, specifically requesting board action. And so here, if we're talking about a potential shortfall of $18 million, It seems like that is something that should have been brought up, and I'm basing that on other things that you have brought to us in the past for action. With special education, I think I've spoken to those points. We can't spend money outside of the budget, even if it's well-intentioned. If we need to change the budget and amend the budget, bring it to us. I think you will find 9 individuals committed to supporting our special education families and students. But to spend beyond that budget creates the situation where everyone is scrambling to try to figure out what is going on. If we have a legal obligation to provide these services, we all understand that legal obligation, but we also have a system we have to operate through. There's reasons why we have this system. There's a reason why budget adjustments come to the board. I don't think the solutions that were offered here really reflect an understanding of staff and family needs. And I think if there's any takeaway, we have to solve this problem. And I appreciate the thought, this was a special education department problem. We want to start here in the central office. We want to start in our house. I do appreciate that, and I think that assumes some responsibility. But in terms of the impact, I really think as we prioritize spending, we know that we have funding challenges. We know, as Ms. Edmonds has said, we do not receive the funding from the state or from the federal government. All of the special services that are required under IDEA are not funded by the federal government. I understand and I appreciate that. But when we have this shortfall, we can't go to the most vulnerable students and the most vulnerable families and the teachers that have the greatest burden upon them to make up that shortfall. The certification on license issues, how does that happen? I have grave concerns. I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but that cannot happen. And then just finally, management and governance. I save this for last. The other issues are important systematic issues, but spending over budget without going through the proper procedures is a problem, but it's one we can solve, right? It takes leadership and it takes resetting the culture. Lack of oversight of a program. If there's any program in our school system that requires oversight, it's our special education program. And to have this situation where you have this many essential members of staff without proper certification, the glass half full is that you must have something in place to have caught that, to have determined that and brought it forward. And so I can appreciate that, and I appreciate that diligence. And it may not have been started by the folks here in this room today, but the fact that it could continue to go on is extremely problematic. But the last point is the communication with board, the staff, and the public as a management and governance decision. You heard it alluded to, and I'm not going to put words in their mouths, and I don't know what has happened in closed rooms. But you've heard Ms. Rice mention it. You've heard our vice chair mention it. Our chair, I think, exercised a little discretion and didn't mention it publicly, talking with the rest of you around this table. We've had conversations about the conversations that we had with staff where this issue was brought to us, and the inconsistencies in that information is mind-boggling, and it's unacceptable. And this is really what makes me sad, because to do this work, to try to defend the system, to try to do your best with limited resources, with all of the challenges our schools face, you have to make those decisions based upon the information that you have. And if we can't get consistent information, I mean, let alone accurate information, the fact that Dr. Job and I can be sitting across a table having a meeting a day apart and have gotten different versions of what's going on, that I can have a conversation with the chair, the vice chair, the superintendent, and staff, and have at least 3 different versions of what's going on with this funding crisis is a problem. I'm going to keep this limited to this issue, but I want to acknowledge what Ms. Rice said, because it's not been limited just to this issue. This has been something we've experienced before with other issues brought before the board. It's demoralizing. It destroys your faith in your ability to work to get things done. And I would just, urge the superintendent, as the superintendent, our chiefs, you have to get a handle on this. This is unacceptable. And I'll trust the rest of my board members in how they want to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Jobe?
It's kind of hard to bring this back to the more narrow. I just had kind of an issue with the essentials classes. We just had a committee meeting about retention and about literacy issues, and and I'm concerned that the answer to, which I understand this is an issue with the unlicensed teachers and so forth on this last slide. But we have 6th graders who are entering middle school who are not at anywhere near 6th grade level. So putting them in a general ed class for literacy or for math, where you're talking about, okay, we're going to train the special education teachers and the content area teachers in co-teaching. However, the one thing we're missing from this is that this was a small group education setting. And I have been walking the schools and seeing middle school classes with 35, 36 kids in there, and I don't know how just training and co-teaching is going to make up for losing that small group setting, and these are the kids that we will lose entirely. Like if you can differentiate. I thought I was pretty darn good at differentiating when I was a teacher, and it doesn't, but still you could be the best in the classroom, but if you've got a kid who's literally on a 2nd or 3rd grade reading level in your 7th grade class or 8th grade or 9th grade class, then they're not going to tune into anything you're doing because they don't have the capacity to capture any of it. And so this is where we need to grab them. And so I just don't think, I want to know, I guess my question is how we accommodate for that without this small group setting.
So that is a great question. And we can still provide that small group setting and target specifically the skill deficits that those students have. It does not have to be a core class. So students will get their core instruction, let's say 6th grade ELA, from a licensed 6th grade ELA teacher. That student, based on the needs and services outlined in the IEP, may be in there for the direct instruction from that teacher for that class for the first 20, 30 minutes. Then may be pulled into the special ed setting, into a small group to target decoding skills, comprehension, phonics, whatever the deficits are that are specific to that student. So it's back to we will continue to provide the services that the student needs, but we also have to ensure that they're getting core from a highly qualified licensed teacher, because what we don't want to do is close the gap here, but they get to high school and we've just created a gap somewhere else because they've not been exposed to core from a licensed teacher.
I understand that, but what you just described is them taking a class that they're probably not doing well in anyway and removing them for half of it. So that way they get instruction, in those skills, whereas in a better essentials setting, they would still be getting that core with the special education wraparound. So why aren't we working on figuring out a different way to offer essentials rather than taking it away?
So that's a valid question, and that would involve ensuring that we have dual licensed teachers. We do have some schools that have that and are continuing to work through a similar model. But again, that would require us to ask teachers to hold a dual license.
Okay. Thank you.
I have Ms. Rice. Ms. Caulfield, Dr. Ng, the Vice Chair, and then Ms. Gordon.
I'm going to try to be quick, maybe do some rapid-fire questions. Really quick, how long, just make it short as possible, how long have we had, has CCK existed?
So I do not know the exact date that it started. It has been, I can find out the implementation date of that program. My understanding is it's been around for many years.
Over a decade, under a decade?
Under a decade. But I can get the exact date.
I think we might
Yes,
want
ma'am.
to get the
I will share that
exact
with
date.
you. Yes, ma'am.
How many students have repeated kindergarten after attending CCK classrooms?
I do not have that number readily available, but I can get that as well.
What have we done with making sure certified staff has been in these classrooms since the inception of this program, Dr. Matillo?
Can you repeat the question, Ms. Rice?
What have we done with making sure certified staff has been in these classrooms since the inception of this program?
I know what we have done is to ensure that they have the special education certification. I need to look further into where that breakdown was.
Right, so we haven't made sure, we know the program has existed for years, and never once has HR understood that we have to have dual certified teachers. Okay. A lot of doing a lot of nothing well. So I'm interested in understanding what special education staff actually is looking at the school level and how vacancies impact schools day to day. I do want to understand how HR is communicating. I think I've stated this before around principals about hiring practices and recruitment strategies and expectations, that we are not just reacting to vacancies, but building strong staffing pipelines at the school level. And so, are we operating as a centralized hiring system, a school-based hiring system, or a shared responsibility model between HR and principals for special education staffing? And I'll say this, because I'm very curious as to hearing Miss, I don't know your name, we were never told.
It's Ms. Huffman.
Ms. Hoffman. I am curious when you say some schools have. I am interested in know what schools actually have special education teachers with their dual enrollments. Like, what does that look like? What parts of the district actually gets to have these teachers that's still thriving at their schools, and how that's happening? And so, I'm just, because staffing problems often come from unclear roles and responsibilities between HR and principals. And so I had to get my thoughts and write them down, Dr. Matillo, so I don't go all over the place on you. But I'm going to continue to have to say that, Dr. Taylor. I am going to continue to have to insist that your staff comes to this type of meeting about special education and don't know when a program started that they're speaking about, don't know anything about the staff and how many people are hired,
and what we need and know nothing about dual enrollment and our numbers. Again, I will continue to say this is a reflection of your leadership. I can't turn it anywhere else. I've asked these questions in private, and now we're here in public. And I hope that this public conversation shows that what I ask in private actually does matter. Don't tell me today that you're going to get back to me, because if we don't get back to me, we need to have another public conversation, because I am concerned greatly that we are sitting here today having this 3-4 hour long conversation, and staff does not have the data before them about valid questions about a program that is constantly putting students at risk of not being promoted. We saw the numbers at kindergarten and where those levels were today in our committee meeting. And I can only imagine how many of those children from kindergarten were actually, why it looks like why it's so high in kindergarten when you didn't have a licensed teacher to teach the kindergartner, and you're telling parents, like, what did you tell parents when you put them in the CCK classroom that it's kindergarten, and who gave Wake County the right to create a program that does not have dual licensed teachers to put a child in a classroom without the proper instruction, when I believe years ago we created where you're supposed to send, or parents could be notified whether or not the teacher was certified to teach in their classroom? Who gave us the right to change a program or to create a program that doesn't provide child with a fair and appropriate public education? And if we can create those creative programs, let's create some creative programs to help black students who are predominantly a part of this special education program and thrown in CCK and did a whole lot of separation and inclusion.
Yes, ma'am, those are valid concerns. Thank you.
So, Dr. Taylor, I know they can't answer the questions right now, but I am expecting a full comprehensive understanding of everything that I've asked today, so I hope that you wrote it down or whatever, because I wrote my questions down, and I'm going to be looking forward to an answer to this in a later time.
Ms. Caulfield?
Thank you. I have two questions. What happens with their core over the next 2 years? You mentioned that it was going to take about 2 years for us to, I think you said Essential 6 was going to be 26, 27, that you were going to remove it, and then Essential 7 and 8 over the next 2 years. What is going to happen with their core over the next 2 years, knowing that we are out of compliance?
Yes, ma'am, that's a great question. We will have to diligently work on a plan to ensure that they do receive core instruction from a highly qualified licensed teacher until the program is phased out.
So how will we how will we deal with that? Is that like we're going to need more instruction, more teachers? Like, how are we going to handle that?
So we will have to map out and see how many teachers we have in what areas that do hold dual license. We will have to look at opportunities for those students to potentially push into a classroom with a highly qualified teacher with support of special education staff. There are lots of scenarios that we will have to explore depending on the needs of the students in the school and the staff that they have.
Okay, so I think it would be helpful if we could circle back when we do have a plan, just to kind of tell us this is, I mean, we've acknowledged this problem, right? So now what is the solution? So we can gain some of the trust back with our families, our teachers, and know that our students are not being left behind. I mean, we saw what COVID did in just 1 year. If we continue to do this over 2 years, knowing that we have to make these adjustments, that could be detrimental to all of those students.
Yes, ma'am, and we will be happy to share that plan with you once it is finalized.
Thank you. And then my other thing is, you said some will be returning to their base school. So I'm going to kind of circle back to my question before. If they're going to be returning back to their base school, then we're going to be moving these special education students.
So I'm not sure which point point you're referencing, but
So
I
if
cannot-
they're in a program right now at CCK and they're in a situation where this is where they're placed for that program, and we're now moving them back to their base school, they are going to be shifting from one school and one set of teachers as special education students to their base school with new teachers and new surroundings.
Yes, ma'am, and that has always been the structure of CCK. They attend the CCK classroom in a regional program setting, and then once the kindergarten year is over, they transition back to base. So that is not a new practice.
Okay, but if I understand correctly, this was the whole reason for the program was to get them ready for that transition, but we're now removing those services, so they're not going to have that.
So are you asking about current CCK students?
I'm
or
asking about the
students-
students that are returning back to their base, so they're actually being plucked, for lack of a better word, from a program they're in, so they're not getting that transition now, correct?
So they will, the students that are currently in CCK for kindergarten now will finish the school year, and then will transition back to base as they have historically done since we've had this program.
Okay, so they'll finish the
Yes,
program?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And then the other thing that it's really more of a comment. We constantly hear that we need more bodies in the classroom, more adults to assist, not only with general education, but with our special education. And like Mr. Haggerty said before, I'm not really sure who to direct this to. But I feel like if our gen ed teachers were trained with special education, and I'm kind of a little puzzled why they're not, as just a course of general education, because our special education has grown throughout the years, and a lot. Like, it's the problem, I feel, is way more exasperated now than it ever was before. If we had more people in the classroom, obviously, you know, budget is always going to come into place with that, but sometimes it's procedures and things that we put into place. So if we had more bodies in the classroom to help the general education students, for just having those extra bodies that are there to help with the special education, to help with those needs, help those teachers, it also really helps with retention of the teachers, which keeps our teachers. Right? And if we keep our teachers, then we have less vacancies. And it feels like it's a cycle of we're not going to the core issue inside the classroom of how we can solve that problem. So rather than creating another class to try and analyze the data, if we were able to put more resources towards extra bodies in the classroom. And I know I'm making it sound super simple, but sometimes it is more simple than it is complicated. So I just feel like we're going in the opposite direction with making cuts for special education, where we actually need to be putting more bodies and figuring out where we can adjust some of our spending to put towards these solutions. Because in the end, it helps our students with their success, it helps the retention with the teachers, it helps the behavior, it just helps the classroom overall. And then we wouldn't need programs like that. So that's just really more of a comment and reflection. Thank you.
Dr. Ng?
Thank you. And to address Ms. Rice's question about when CCK came about, my child with Down syndrome was born in 2007. And when we were talking about going into kindergarten, so that would have been the early 2010s, we were given the information about CCK and the transition to CCK. And before that, the model, was, I believe, this is, when my kid was still a baby, so, we had ID mild, ID mod, and so forth, autism. Mm-hmm. And, my child at that time, she was learning sight words. She was getting up to 200 sight words. We were deathly afraid of going into a CCK classroom because we have kids of all different levels, and the idea is that a child that has fewer needs may just get lost in the crowd, and the ones that have definitely the most needs for attention, they deserve the attention, but at the expense of other kids that do not need the attention as much. And so, we elected not to put her in a CCK or in a private, in a public school at that point. But my point is that while it has, over the last, 15 years, it has come to become an established program, and people enjoy having their child in a CCK classroom, I have a real problem with the whole idea of a CCK, simply because you're commingling kids of different levels of abilities, of different diagnoses, and different level of verbal skills and whatnot, and different levels of bodily function needs, right? And I think that it does the kids with the milder disabilities a disservice to put them in not to let them have a chance to be in a general classroom, to be with their typically developing peers, and to be able to reach for a higher goal. Because I think we're potentially setting them up for failure, and you create a bias of low expectations. So I am, people may not like what I say, but I am in favor of getting rid of the CCK for the sake of creating or the ability for our kids that have the ability to be in a general education classroom to have a chance and to be in the least restrictive environment. But with that said, they need the support. And in so doing, I can't fathom having a significant reduction in positions and funding for the programs when we are trying to advance our special education philosophy. It's, I think that people have kind of been lulled into a level of complacency, or just say, oh, this is all how it's always been done. Obviously, people don't even remember when it was created. And so, I do applaud the idea of having to get rid of CCK for the sake of our kids, but we still need to provide services, wraparound services for our kids. In terms of the essentials, now that is a kind of a different animal in my book, but still, it's important for our kids that have special needs to be in a room as much as possible with the typically developing peers, no matter what, and that does require a shift in attitude in all the teachers working with our kids, and yes, there's going to be maybe some more need to pull out to help additional help in a smaller or setting, and I'm fine with that. But that's, again, requires adequate funding for special education. So that's all I have to say.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, so please bear with me in regard to the CCK program. Is it true that birth through kindergarten licensed teachers do have that dual certification as a part of their license?
Some will have birth through kindergarten and also the special ed licensure.
Okay. And then to Dr. Job and Ms. Rice's point, we were, earlier we did receive information on non-promotion rates by grade level in the Student Achievement Committee meeting. And a lot of our discussion was around how we are able, there's a clear correlation between the retention rates in kindergarten and the very high retention rates that we are seeing in high school, and then everything that happens in between. I guess my question is, or maybe a comment, I'm concerned that if we are eliminating CCK, how is that going to make the kindergarten retention rates rise even larger? And then, is there a possibility to train up and keep current non-compliant CCK teachers to get the license that they need? Is that a possibility?
It is a possibility.
Okay. And then I'd be interested to get that information that Ms. Rice requested around how many CCK students have actually been successful in kindergarten and or been retained.
Yes, ma'am, and I will reach out and get that information. That is outside of an IEP team decision, so that is not a special ed data point that we keep, but we can get that information.
Okay. And then my last question is, many of us have had the opportunity to actually sit and talk to a lot of these CCK educators. What effort has been made on central service side to do the same?
So we met with all CCK teachers, and HR also met with all of the CCK teachers. My understanding, and I'm going to let Dr. Matillo speak to the next steps that HR has supported them through this process.
Yes, so for any of the CCK teachers that we would need to move to another position, we would work with them like any other priority hire and find a position for which they're certified and support them through that process, because I think almost all of them are on continuing contracts.
I understand that. My question is more about have we actually talked to them about what they are finding their impact is? Because I say that to say I think all of us were deeply moved to understand and hear their stories and about the impact that they have on their students and that their students have had on them. And so that's the reason why I raised that question.
Vice Chair. Sorry, Ms. Edmonds.
Follow up, actually, to Ms. Gordon's question. Did I hear you say your department has met with all CCK educators?
Yes, ma'am. We had a meeting in conjunction with HR with all CCK staff. That would be teachers and instructional assistants.
And what kind of setting was that? Was that a virtual meeting?
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
call them in?
It was a virtual meeting, and HR spoke with them at the conclusion of our meeting. My understanding, and I don't want to speak to HR, but my understanding was that the senior administrator for the schools were going to follow up individually with the staff.
Okay. And did they do any talking, or were they talked to?
So I think there were a few questions. I had a few people reach out to me after the meeting, but there wasn't a lot of information that was exchanged back and forth.
So I don't, here I am again interpreting other people's questions, but I did not hear Ms. Gordon's question in the spirit of I heard it in a spirit of, have you listened to CCK educator experiences and outcomes, their testimony, their story? That's different than we've met with all of them.
Yes,
with all
ma'am.
due respect.
Yes,
with all due
ma'am.
respect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Valid question. Thank you.
I'll be very quick before the chair wraps us up in some manner. I'm assuming there were some CCK teachers that had dual. Do you have the number? The 9 out of 30, the 7 out of 39, that's for middle school? Do we have numbers for the CCK?
Are you going to work on, okay.
I do have them. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I can
That's
pull
okay.
that.
If you can send them out, that'd be great. Just to piggyback on a couple of things, it would be great, pilot program, some stuff, I know my colleagues over here, but to Ms. Edmonds' point, to Ms. Gordon's point, does the Special Education Central Service Department have a group of teachers as an advisory board? Or, I mean, I know the superintendent has his superintendent teachers advisory board. Do we have something like that in special education?
We currently do not, but there are plans to establish a board such as that, as well as a parent advisory board.
So for the parent advisory board, the chair and I were told that would be done by May, but we've been told that for a while now, and it's not been this by the same person, so there has been turnover, and I acknowledge that. We have a wealth of knowledge, and they are sitting in this room, and they are watching on TV, dying to give feedback and their thoughts, and probably help to build and rebuild a system. And we're not giving them that opportunity. They are the first people I would be going to for this. I mean, especially as we are undertaking such a major change. Please go listen to them. Please, please, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Agreed.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to, thank my colleagues for being present and being here. I know I called a special meeting, and Ms. Allen can tell you all that I forgot to even consider if there was going to be a quorum, so I had to call the board attorney. But I just knew that with the amount of emails that we all received, that this was the most appropriate setting for questions to be raised, answers to be answered, and for us to find ways, not as a board, to respond to these decisions, because these are not our decisions, as I indicated earlier. But I know as we move forward with this budget, there are some things, before I even address the budget, there are some things that has to take place before we can move forward with folks. I think there has to be restoring of trust. We can't rely on emails to send things out that's going to impact the livelihoods of our staff. It's inhumane. It's not good customer service. And imagine if the roles were reversed. So we have to do better at that. In addition, I think we have to do better on how process, or lack thereof a process, how we restore that. Our job is oversighting, is governance, is budgets. We have committees. We have policy committees. We have finance committee meetings. We have student achievement committees. If there's other ways for us to ensure that this is getting out to the public in a timely manner, I am happy to create additional ad hoc committees to ensure that this work gets done correctly. And given that we've known this, or this was brought to light in the fall, and there was not a mention of this in a work session, a finance committee meeting, a student achievement committee meeting, to discuss how this grant can impact our budget, that's concerning. So I think there has to be RMPs to ensure that interim positions, interim directors, interim associates, interim folks, period, whether it's at the central office level or at the school level, can make budgetary decisions that's going to have this much of a rift. And so I look forward to figuring out what those policies look like, if that's through creating some and looking or working with staff on that, because we have to do better. And I have a couple of questions. I will email those questions for the sake of time. But I also know it's not easy to sit here and be on the receiving end of this. So I'm going to acknowledge that too. So I think two things can be true, that we can do better, we will do better, and it's also tough sitting in these situations too. And so I do appreciate that, and I appreciate the superintendent for giving a more detailed version of what was presented to us late last night. So I appreciate the work that went into that. And I do hope that there can be some additional conversations, not over emails, not over Teams, but with folks to understand how this is going to impact folks long-term and what we can do to ensure that this cuts or these allotments or whatever it is cannot necessarily, how we can adjust it. And I will say, and I'll throw this out here, and I'm sure my colleagues will also throw out different budgetary recommendations, but for me, and I know the work is to go into the superintendent's proposed budget has already been, it's in the process, but before it can be passed in the board's budget, I would like to see a 10% reduction across the board, except for academics, to figure out how do we restore some of these cuts with special education. And I don't think those cuts should come from transportation or the finance, the other department, because, my God, we have issues with HVAC and buses, so I don't want to, touch that. But I do think that we need to go back to the drawing board to figure out what can be done to ensure that these caseloads are not going to be implemented at the ratio that is being projected, because that is a disaster. That is putting additional stress on teachers who are already overworked, who are barely having enough time to do their own duties outside of work. And I get this is also challenging because of the climate that we're in. There's not a state budget. The federal government is not doing anything at this point. And so I know the superintendent and I have written letters to Congress to express and highlight the needs about the special education. I mean, I hope it gets more attention now. And I know that we passed this in our legislative agenda, and we've had conversation with representatives on Jones Street about this matter. So the work and the advocacy continues, but I think tonight was about getting the answers, finding ways to be transparent as possible, and finding additional ways to restore the trust with our staff, our teachers, our families, our students, and the broader community. And so there's more work to be done. And with that, I will entertain a motion. I will entertain a motion for us to go into closed session for the reasons that were stated on the agenda. I see the Attorney Malone.
It was not on the agenda tonight.
It was on the approved agenda that we approved tonight. It was in the agenda that we approved.
The amended agenda.
Yes, it was in there.
Okay, well, it would be for the attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Correct, that part. Thank you. Thank you for cleaning that up for us. That's the easy fix. So with that, I'll entertain the motion. All right. So it's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor of the motion, let it be known by the sign of aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. We're entering into closed session.